T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see what we on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me
out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I feel like I shouted that one out a little bit extra louder today than usual. Big Baker. I don't recall. I don't recall the name. The profile picture kind of looks the same, like something I might recognize, but I'm not positive. I just want to mention something real quick here. Let me start out with why the title for the day today: noise canceling headphones. There's so much noise out there right now, guys. There's so much noise being generated, and I tell you what, this weekend, there came a point at a time where I was pretty much like, this is it. I can't. I've reached a breaking point of noise, and I pretty much just like shut everything off. I said, that's it. With ADD, it's kind of one of those things where I have to manage what it is that I take in for content. And when the noise becomes too large or too great, it distracts my focus from what it is that I need to be focused on. And so to combat that, one of the things that I have to do is I tune out the things that are just junk. And so noise canceling headphones, that's exactly what they do. They basically give an alternate sound to cancel out the background noise that's there. And that's exactly what I end up doing is I pretty much just cancel out all the stuff that's just noise, and I say enough with this. I don't have time for this. I'm moving on to the things that are important that I have to look at, and things that are demand my attention, and things that are at the top of my list of things that I need to get done. Screw everything else. If you're finding that you have that same problem, like if you see that there's things that are just causing you noise within this community, tune it out. You don't have to have it in your life. There's nothing that says you got to have that sitting there dragging you down, because guess what? You're already out under enough baggage as it is, that we don't need additional noise continue to drag us down and causing us to be dissuaded from what it is that we've decided to do a long time ago. A lot of us got into this play. We're hardcore, steadfast to the end on this thing, and we have our convictions. So anything else that comes in there and distracts you from that, screw it. Cut it out. It's extra baggage. Just let it go. Cut it out and throw it to the side and ignore it, and move on. Keep on trudging forward with the things that help you get things done that you need to get done, and even if it's your everyday life. And I'm saying if it's me, if I'm your noise, cut me out. I'm not even kidding. Just walk away. Walk away. Go do what it is that you got to get done, because it's more important. You have convictions that you're trying to hold up to or maintain, and those are way more important than the noise. Way more important. Yeah, Halo says overload. Exactly. Don't let it overload you, because that's exactly what the attempt's done. Balaclava. Yes, I definitely remember the name Balaclava. That, that I do remember. But yeah, this is your opportunity to be able to just kind of figure out what's not noise and what is noise, and then removing the things that don't matter. That's all I got for you guys for the day today. We got about 3 more minutes before I can take a look at the numbers. Um, yeah, I remember the name, especially Baker, the balaclava, because I always wanted to call you baklava. Even Brian says it's a Greek dessert. Barry, we didn't actually pick one, Barry, and I noticed that I was going over my notes when I was booting up the computer this morning, getting everything ready to go for the day. I was like, son of a gun, how did I not put in the movie choice for next Monday on Friday? Because we usually do that. So we're gonna have to vote for that this morning, unfortunately. So let me, since you're mentioning it right now, let's go ahead and put that in there and get a poll up for this so we know what it is that we're doing. Because we did Animal House last. Our choices last time were Animal House, Norbit, Devil's Advocate, and Dog Afternoon. So this time it's going to be. I gotta get rid of Animal House. Oh man, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here, guys. We are getting down to the nitty gritty of the different movies that we had from this time section here, or this period of time. You're you may not like the movie choices from here on out. It's gonna be, I think, a 50-50. So uh, be careful what you pick, because the more you keep picking only what it is that you want instead of getting the pain out of the way, that makes more pain for later. Let's see here. All right, so we'll let this run for the first portion of the morning today, because then I'll have to put up another poll for tomorrow's. But you're gonna get Dirty Dancing. Oh no, we did Dirty Dancing. We did Dirty Dancing. Whew. We don't have to do Dirty Dancing. That was a good one. That's good. Pretty sure we did Dirty Dancing already. Rounders, Heat. We did Dirty Dancing last week. I forgot about that with Baby. I was like, I've never seen the movie. I have no idea what this is about. Let's see here. Then we've got Clueless and Norbit. It's getting really, really. You're gonna start seeing almost every day. You're gonna start seeing some of the same movies coming through, because we're getting really close. We only have 7 movies left here, so within the next 2 weeks we will be done with this list. It's actually not that bad. I think today's movies are really, it could be worse. Uh, yeah, it could be worse. It's 6:21, guys. I'm gonna clean off my glasses here, take you guys over to the other screen. Actually, I'm not gonna take you over this other screen. How was your guys' weekend? Just out of curiosity, like, what did you guys? I told you I found that there was a lot of noise out there. I'm kind of curious, like, how did you guys perceive this last weekend? What kind of things did you deal with, or I mean, did you have fun? Did you guys do anything crazy and exciting? I think Danny's threatening. You better pick rounders. Danny's starting to threaten people at this point. It's like, how many times, Danny, have you seen rounders up there and it's not been picked? I feel like it's been probably it's been probably at least 2 months that we've had rounders as a possible choice from time to time. Danny says, oh no, Z-Way said, Casey specifically promised me that the next movie trivia was going to be Bathroom Clown Hussies, and I'm sad to see it's not an option. I did not. I did no such thing. Jay Portagi says, Portagi says, noise is ridiculous. Yeah, I know, man. It's crazy. Militia Ape says, this week I lifted up the rug and saw how much dirt there was. Sounds like there must have been a lot. It was worth noting. Jay is saying, when do we get to do WDoes Dallas? That probably won't happen. All right, the glasses are nice and clean. Oh, no, they're not. Hold on a second. There's one more smudge left. There's always one more smudge. One little tiny smudge. It's time. I think it's time to clean my cloth that I use for cleaning, because it's just making things smeared. Hey, Novocaine, I didn't pick these movie titles. Believe it or not, I had nothing to do with the movie titles whatsoever. So that's not how it went down. But I'm literally picking these on each one of the movies gets a random number applied to it, and then I just go through and I pick out the movies based off of the random number in order, and so yeah, and it's lost so many times, but I don't know why. I guess people just don't really like poker all that much. But then again, I did say, pick the ones that are going to hurt the most. Robert says, recovering from torn quad. I thought I said Tom at first. Torn quad surgery. As for the volume, what you allow in your head is up to you. I choose good tunes, positive people, and occasional facts. Robert, you know what? It's so funny that you should mention good tunes. I had somebody mention to me about the noise this weekend as well in a private message, and I said, music, man, it cures it all. It gets rid of all that noise. Noise canceling headphones and some of the best music that you enjoy more than anything. It works. Music has such healing qualities, and which is part of the reason why I love playing a song for the day every single day, even if it's not your favorite song. It's still fun. I mean, music is music, man. It heals. Yeah, mine was. I even asked Peter Hahn. In regards to what you're saying, Mega Johnny, chatter and tons of block and scrolling. I Peter Hahn said something about, like, his block list, and I basically inquired. I was like, hey, what do you use for criteria? I need to update mine because I feel like I need to kind of like crack down on the criteria. There's just so much of it. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. Hold on a second while we go through some of these numbers, and I'll see what it is you guys are writing a little bit later. Otherwise, from right now, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns from me until you see the big tramp back up again. And let's go through what we got going on here. So I went through, and since I kind of had to get up a little bit early today to kind of fill out some of the numbers, man, I was stinking close to winning the week on the extra point. I don't think anybody missed. The combined price of AMC and Ape. Ape was closed at 166 and AMC at 512. Oh yeah, two-factor authentication. Wait, hold on. I gotta give the speech here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. When you do sign up for it with your broker, if they allow you to put in a secondary phone number, go ahead and do that, because if something happens to your primary, you always have the ability to be able to get that code through a second device. And then also, I'm asking people to start taking pictures and screenshots of or video of some type, and putting that and saving in a file someplace for yourself for your own record keeping, in case your broker does something screwy, and then you'll have proof for what it was that you held prior to their mistake. So please don't be that person that has to come to me and says, I don't have any proof, but I know I had more than what I have now. You don't want to be that person. So in regards to the price prediction tallies on Friday, I had 504 to 804. Eric had 590 to 890. Apex had 572 to 872, and Einstein had 548 to 848. Believe it or not, guys, I didn't win. I didn't win. So the closest. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Where did I just type something in here? The closest price. Well, the lowest number that we all had, if you took $1.50 off the average price that was $6.78, is $5.28, right? So I had 504 and Einstein had 548. Einstein was off by 20 cents, and I was off by 24 cents. So he wins by 4 pennies. I was so close. I was so darn close. But close doesn't count, except for horseshoes, grenades, and nukes. So Einstein getting the extra bonus point for the week. Let me go ahead and hit him up for the extra point there. So he gets to win out the week there. It's been a minute, I think, since he might have won. Eric's fallen behind here on wins. Oops. He used to get it like week after week after week. All right. So everybody got a price prediction tally point. Man, I was so close. I thought for sure we were going to close 501 on AMC, which was my prediction for the day, and we hit underneath it to hit trip SSR, and then shot back up to 512. So I never quite got there, and I think I had $1. Looks like I wrote down $1.53 on Ape, and we ended up closing 166. So it was really Ape that kind of got me the loss there. Was those 4 cents were in that Ape. I didn't expect Ape to go up to 166. That was quite a bit. True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. The short exempt volume on AMC was at 464.7. I already put in the numbers this morning. Ape's at 180.4 thousand shares. Utilization 100%. Ape is at 67.9. Oh, no, wait. Hold on a second. I didn't update those. Those have not been updated. Let me refresh real quick here. AMC is still at 100%. Let me just verify the date real quick here before I move on. The date shows as the 14th, which is the last day of Friday, so that is correct. And then on Ape, final number is 67.95 today. Wow, okay, so no change. Interesting. Let me go back and re-verify that real quick here. No change at all. Yep, that's what it's reporting. No change in utilization day over day. It remained exactly the same. Actually, if I remember correctly, thinking back to what happened on Friday, we saw some borrowed shares, but it was like I think it was less than 100,000. So it was really low, very, very low amounts of borrowing on Friday. So that's probably why utilization stayed the same. Day over day price increase versus decrease. AMC was down 6.23%. Ape was up 5.73%. Max pain is $7 for this week. You're not daydreaming. I don't have it wrong. I don't have it on the wrong ticker. It is indeed $7 for this week. If you'll notice over on the page on the right-hand side over there where you see all the options that are listed under open interest, open INT on AMC, the calls and the puts are really, really, really super high at a $10 strike. And we were talking about this a couple weeks ago when we started seeing those start filling in. It was almost like they were trying to price out any kind of options for this week with some of that call options being purchased, call and put options being purchased there. So there's a very large amount at 10 on both sides. Not the highest amount for puts. It is the highest amount for the calls, but not the puts. So there's going to be a really wide range this week on the bottom and the top for the calls and the put volume. But we'll get to that here in just a minute. Exchange volume from Friday. Let's go over here and check this real quick. By the way, guys, like I'm like 100% certain that failure to delivers are I know I've said this a million times with CHX volume, but I just got to show you this real quickly because you're probably not going to believe it unless you see it. So I'm going to take you to the other page here for just a second, and I want to show you something. I've said from time to time that I felt like the failure to delivers were being delivered through that CHX exchange. And I just want to show you these numbers are so close that there's no way in my mind that they could be anything else other than exactly what it is that I've been saying that they are. So let me just show you this real quickly here. So the failure to delivers for 3/7, which would be due on 4/11 by 4/11. If we come over here, I'm going to pull this page off to the side and we're going to take a look. We're going to scroll down to CHX volume. And what I want you to note here is that the day before they're due, on 4/11, on 4/10, there was 884,802 shares delivered. Now look at the difference between these numbers: 884,498 and 884,802. It was off by like 300 shares. They delivered 300 more shares than they needed to deliver, and they did go through that CHX exchange. Then you've got 807,676. You got 735,034. They are meeting their expectations. Now they're not. You can see it goes from 7. So they were 300 over on this day. The next day they went to 807, so they're over by like 70,000 ish shares the next day. So it's like 70,300, whatever, just round it. And then the next day they had 591 thousand shares that were due for the next day, and they've got 463, 126, and the numbers start decreasing. They go down, down, down. We should have failure to delivers reporting for the day today. I believe today is the day where they get reported. My guess is that some of this downwards momentum on CHX here is going to indicate a little bit of a decrease in failure to deliver. We're going to see a little bit of a decline for a period of time, and then probably like another spike back up again. But I just want to mention here that this is too hard to not. This is so hard to ignore right here. These numbers are so stinking close. 884,802 to the actual failure delivers for that date. That I just don't. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that this isn't what this is. Anybody who would try and sit here and say that CHX volume is not the delivery of these shares, this is your smoking gun right here. When these numbers are this close to the actual amount of shares that were due for that period of time, tells me pretty much what it is. And it's the day before, right? They deliver the shares the day before they're due. So, I mean, I already knew that there was something going on there, but I couldn't like, I didn't have like any smoking guns, but now that to me is beyond a smoking gun at this point. Anyways, just wanted to throw that out there. I still can't see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts. But I guess what I will say is this: is that what should excite you is that our 30-day average on CHX volume used to be hovering around 0.25% or a quarter of a percent on a 30-day average. whereas now we're sitting at 1.94%. So the amount of failure delivers are absolutely stacking on like crazy, and this should be a good thing for us. Off exchange for Friday, the final numbers were 53.87. Let me get my calculator up here. 53.87, and EDGX was 9.62. The combined total was 63.49%, and that's almost dang near. It's about 0.5% lower than what I would expect for a normal day. CHX volume was 1.02, with a 30-day average of 1.94, which was 368,000 shares. If we don't see that spike above 500,000 between now and let me just check real quick here. I think it's now tomorrow. If we don't see that spike above 500,000 shares through CHX between today and tomorrow, then we'll likely be seeing us falling off that threshold list pretty shortly. Because it would seem to me that that means that they're meeting their requirements to deliver what they're delivering. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange 13 point. Actually, it could mean that we'd be falling off the threshold list as early as tomorrow. It could mean that it would be either Tuesday or Wednesday. I think 5 days. 5 days. We've already had 5 days. Yeah, that's what it should mean. For Ape, we have 56.07% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.32. Combined total 61.39%. That is 2.6 lower than it should be. So not a whole lot lower, but it is a little less than usual. CHX is 0.01% of the total daily volume, so nothing unusual happening on that one. And on GME, CHX volume was 0.14 with a 30-day average of 0.28, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at, let's see, what's next? Institutional ownership. Final numbers for the day, being reported for today, this morning, is 134.061. That's a little bit up from the 134.023 we had from Friday. And let's see here. Taking a look at options. Really weird numbers here, right? So we're going to see some weird stuff going on. On the call options for open interest, the highest amount of volume is at a $10 strike. And there's 175.4 thousand contracts. This is not retail, I don't believe. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $2 strike, which is $2 less than what it was last week. And there's 235.2 thousand contracts. So split the difference, right? For $6 looks to be like the middle ground, is what the market's kind of suggesting. By the end of the week, around $6. Max pain is 7, so maybe we'll see. It's very possible that we'll see max pain decrease to around $6 before the end of the week is out. And we might see price rising up to it. It's hard to say. We'll have to see what happens with price. But I would lean more towards saying maybe like a 6 close by the end of the week. Give you guys a little bit of music, and while I move you guys over to the other screen and move some screens, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, I have this on a 15-minute interval, and it looks to me like we did break out of that ascending parallel channel really close to around the time where I had the box for. We did have that kind of that wedge data that was occurring that showed that breakdown coming, and then we did retest off of $6.63 as a point of support from the past, Fibonacci level of support. We're kind of consolidating it right now in between 663 and 685 as a combined price, and currently we're at $6.79 combined between AMC and Ape. I'm feeling like we kind of have two different things going on right now. We have like this rising level of support that I was suggesting that we may test off of, and I thought there was a possibility we even tested off of it as early as Friday. But this might be tested at some point here, and I have a feeling that we might be seeing this larger breakout, perhaps coming up here in the near future, right around here. We'll have to see. I mean, there's going to be a rising level of support, and then this descending level of resistance, and I think we're going to consolidate into that and then see a breakout coming. This is going to be towards the end of the day for today. Actually, no, the end of the day tomorrow. Wait, which day is this? Yeah. End of the day tomorrow is when this breakout point is. So I'm not really expecting maybe the big move, any kind of big moves happening necessarily today. But that's just based off of what I'm seeing right now. We'll have to go through some other numbers here and see if there's other things that are kind of corresponding that maybe change my mind a little bit. But as of right now, I think there's going to be a little bit of consolidation between this descending level of resistance and this rising level of support. I'm going to move this back just a tad. There we go. So the breakout on this probably at the end of the day tomorrow. Which would correspond with some of the moves we've seen in the past on Tuesday run-ups. Let's see here. We've got short share interest of the free floats being reported at 26.26% as of right now. Utilization's at 100%. Let me zoom in on this real quick here. You can see it's been that way. Oh, I forgot to add to my days. We're on day number 64, straight trading days in a row of 100% utilization. On loan amount, day over day, slightly decreasing from 191.43 to 190.87. So we're looking at about a 560,000 shares having been returned. That's obviously going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit. It went from 26.29 to 26.26, so 0.00 or 0.03. Let's check that out and see what that looks like. In terms of shares returned in short interest, it's about 155,000 shares in short interest. Returned. Hold on a second here. On loan average age per day, still moving upwards. It went from 109.27 to 110.03. Security lending volume day over day decreasing from 19.91 down to 13.22 million shares. On Ape, we have short share interest, the free float being reported at 5.75. Here's our utilization slightly, or actually day over day flatlining, 67.95 to 67.95. On loan amount, slightly increasing. No, it stayed exactly the same. It looks like an increase, but it's exactly the same. Nope, take that back again. I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong number. It did increase from 31.2 to 31.3, so 100,000 shares of new short interest. Not very much. I think it was actually less than that when we saw the numbers last week when they were being reported. It was just slightly under 100K, I think. I don't have the numbers written down anywhere. Oh, it's 360,000. No, 36,000 shares is what I had last reported at the end of the day. But there could have been some additional shares that went through after the 36,000 that I saw after closing portion of the day that I miss. Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float remaining almost the same. It went up from 5.74 to 5.75, and the on loan average age per day is increasing from 60.64 to 61.43. Security lending volume day over day falling from 1.5 million down to 244,000 shares. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for. This is only the last 4 minutes of the trading day, guys. So remember, it's not all the orders that went through. Actually, you know what? There's no way. I'm looking at these numbers right here, and this has to be for the whole day. There's no way that in the last 4 minutes that this many orders went through. This has to be for the whole day, including the last 4 minutes. Which is good. That's really good because for AMC, we had buy-sell ratio back into the positive now. We had 68.97% buy to 31.03% sell ratio. So we were looking much, much better on Friday for the ending day numbers. These orders, there's no way that there was 7,000 orders that were pushed through on Tesla in the last 4 minutes and 6,000 sell orders. There's just no way that happened. That's a full day. That's cool. Normally, lately they've been reporting only the last 4 minutes showing up here. Looks like they've adjusted how they're reporting the data now. SSR trips at $4.61. It did trip on Friday for AMC and that big push down for the day. It did trip SSR, so it'll be on for the day today. Ape is not tripped. Available shares to borrow is showing 400,000. There were 450,000 shares earlier. They did borrow those, then returned them, then borrowed them again. So far for the day, we've seen about 100,000 shares having been returned. Give me 1 second while I pull up my notes. And then it looks like out of the ETFs, quite a few shares showing up now in the ETFs, 159, 160, 162, and then they borrowed almost all of those shares. Let me do some, I'm just going to call it 150,000. So we're looking at about 250,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Lots and lots of shares. Now, the great thing about this, guys, and I know you're going like, great, this doesn't seem great. If you know, there's a lot of shares available to borrow right now, but look at the fees. They're still really, really super high. Last reported fee here is at 246.5%. Even with this many shares already back being returned, the fees are still exorbitantly high. Calls for this week, guys. There's some massive amounts of numbers here. 395.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 58.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 653,000 contracts out of the money on the puts versus 198.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. How's the market looking for the day today? VIX is currently showing down 0.05, which means the market should be fractionally showing up for the day. As it stands right now, we've got some markets are showing down about 0.09, and then others are showing up as much as 0.4. But the Dow Jones up 0.05% right now, and the S&P 500 up 0.02 for the futures. Let's see, put that there. Give me 1 second while I move some stuff around real quick here. I'm missing something. Where did it go? Nope, I guess that's where it's supposed to be. All right. Banks, how are they looking in the pre-market? I'm only going to read off the ones that are moving the most. 3 plus or minus 3%. Credit Suisse is down 3.54% this morning. Let's see here. No other really big movers. Ethereum Classic is down 2.28% so far for the day today. It wanted to break out a little bit earlier than what I had anticipated, but never quite made the break here, and still trending inside this very long wedge. The US dollar is currently up this morning, which usually means that the market should be down. As of right now, the SPY is only down 0.12, but I'm sure, like I said, the futures are showing a little bit lower than that, around 0.02. WTI or oil is actually not traded yet so far this morning, so ignore me on that one. Tesla is up in the pre-market 0.91. Amazon is down 0.04. Cinemark is not traded in the pre-market. Doge is up 2.89%. Bitcoin is down 2.48. I did some more analysis on Bitcoin this weekend, and I'm not sure if this is going to play out or not the way that I'm kind of expecting it to. But I think there's a possibility if we see some consolidation. I need some more time here to kind of tell. I need until about 5/3 or May 5th or May 3rd rather. I need to see some more data here, but if we get some consolidation anywhere between 28.7 and the top at 31, if we get consolidation until May 5th and then see a sudden hard breakdown below 28.7, and then start seeing some more consolidation kind of in this range in here, there's a very, very, very good chance that we see Bitcoin breaking here. And I just want to mention too, guys. One of the very first reasons that I ever keyed in on Bitcoin as being a place where um, institutions are withdrawing equity is that if you go back in the past to the June run up of AMC, this is what kind of keyed me into it. Is if you go back to May 11th, the very first day that it really started moving down was around May 12th. And Bitcoin, for no apparent reason, on May 12th had this like massive drive down from, I don't know, kind of averaging somewhere right around like 56.7K a coin down to averaging somewhere right around like 36.6K a coin. And it just so happened that, this equity got pulled out of Bitcoin right before the big, huge run up on AMC. And so I was like, okay, something's going on here. Somebody needs money. You can tell they need money, so they're pulling it out, and you can see it in the charts. And then there was some more confirmations to that along the way, which is when we got this head and shoulder pattern, and I called out the Bitcoin was probably going to be dropping down to the 13 or 12.3, basically 13K range. This is where I call it. I said, I think that if they continue to pull equity out, we may see the equity dry up. Any kind of cash flow that they have sitting in Bitcoin would be gone by the time that they got down to around 12K or 13K a coin. And it hit almost every single one of my stopping points perfectly. And I think this was a little unusual because I thought that we would see the last drop down happening, and it consolidated for a while and started trending back upwards here. We got a little bit of an inverse head and shoulder pattern that kind of kicked in, and it started trending upwards a little bit before it should have for this inverse head and shoulder, but it did start driving back up, and I think that there's a chance here that we may see a little bit of an inverted or a normal head and shoulders in here, followed by the drop out of this ascending broadening wedge, and it's just going to be after the time frame that I would have thought, and I don't know exactly what's causing this, other than perhaps maybe a final cash grab, because rising from 15.4 to and almost basically doubling the value would certainly suggest to me that somebody's trying to maybe go for one more cash grab here. So I do think that they're watch for consolidation. Watch for consolidation on Bitcoin all the way up until May 5th. If we get that consolidation through May 5th, we could see that next drop with some more consolidation and then the final drop, which would definitely take us back to 19K a coin. But if it falls through there, could potentially fall to that final level. And that the date that I have that falling through here is around the end of May. GME's up in the pre-market 0.36. HYMC is down 2.74. NCMI is up 6.81%. Hood is down 0.1. Ape is breaking even in the pre-market. AMC is up in the pre-market 0.39. Inflow versus outflow on Friday on AMC, we had approximately 3.3 million. We'll just call it $3 million more outflow than inflow. So far this morning, we've had about 34,000 shares having been traded with about 3 minutes left before our pokey stick of volume in here. So not a whole lot of volume going on this morning. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 46.44, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 39.55, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.75, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur. And we're starting to get a little bit of a pop in price right now. RSI at 61.52, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.4 million more outflow than inflow for the day. 48,000 shares having been traded so far on Ape this morning. Some unusually high volume compared to AMC. Looking kind of tasty. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 66.16, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.28, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI and divergence on the vortex indicator and an RSI of 57.09, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 47.24, which is slightly below average. Let's take a look at what this pokey stick of volume is going to come in at here in about 1 minute. We'll wait for that, and then we'll go back and take a look at the Ichimoku cloud. I can't see what it is you guys are saying at this point until I go back and start looking at that Ichimoku. So the one thing that you have to understand, MB, about utilization is its utilization of institutional shares. I mean, those are if you look at what institutions own, what's being reported in regards to Fidelity, the institutional amount of shares that are held is only at 134.061 million shares, right? And so the amount of short interest that we have is already sitting at, well, actually, I should say the loaned amount of shares. The loaned amount of shares is sitting at 190 million shares. So it makes sense that it's 100% utilized. The question you should be asking yourself is where's the extra volume coming from? And the answer to that is it's coming from retail. Retail's lending out their shares. Either willingly or unwillingly, who knows? Probably, I would suggest that a lot of it's probably unwillingly or unknowingly. Let's see here. Volume for AMC is at on the Pokey Stick is around 66,000 shares. Total volume is at 118,000 shares. That is let's see here. Yeah, that's not going to be more than enough. I can't predict more than 10 to 30 million shares traded on AMC for the day today. And on Ape, our Pokey Stick of volume came in at 34,000 shares, giving us a total of 90,000 shares for the day today at this time traded so far. So I can't do more than 5 to 25 million. How much did we hit on Friday? I was worried about even. I know there's a lot of volume that came in at the very end of the day, but I'm just curious what the final number was for Ape. Give me 1 second while I pull it up here. I know I probably could just go to a daily chart here and look it up real fast, but I've got to put all my screens back to the way that they were prior to my reboot. Ape was okay. So Ape ended up being 24.4 million shares for the day on Wednesday, which was within the 5 to 25 million that I suggested, but it was only because of the final minutes of the day. I suggested anywhere between 10 and 30 million for AMC, and we ended up hitting 35.8 on AMC. But again, abnormal volume hitting at the very end of the day. Kind of crazy stuff. John, good morning to you. Headstock Harem, yes. Ethereum Classic has always been a little bit of a precursor, a pre-runner to AMC. The charts look almost identical, and then Dogecoin has in the past very very oftentimes ran beforehand. I wouldn't say there's any kind of pattern analysis that's similar, but you do tend to see Dogecoin run a little bit first before, which is why I watch those three in particular. I see Doge usually run first and then comes crashing back down, and then shortly thereafter AMC starts its run. There has been some links there. Um, that's a very interesting news, Doug. Uh, Let me see here. I got to take a look at the Ichimoku cloud real quick and see what those numbers are looking like. Maybe that'll help me come up with my price predictions for the day today. Let's take a look at Ape and see what we got going on here. On a 1 hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line, conversion is above base. Everything looks really strong right now. I don't like the fact that the price is hovering right on top of the conversion. I mean, usually it's good to see the price above it. But it's not a danger signal until you start seeing price drop down to base, and right now base is at $1.62. So price would need to drop down a little bit here in order for that to be kind of a danger signal. There is a thinning portion of cloud by the end of today of the green cloud here, but notice that price usually likes to drive either down through the front half of a green cloud or the back half. And since we still have remaining cloud growing in the future, going into the next couple day or next day of trading, my suggestion is that price may come down ever so slightly, but probably will not drop through this section right in here. I'm guessing. I would expect price to probably look for a breaking point closer to where it's currently trading at around 166. But this does mean that the lagging line has to get above 171 for this to remain a continued buy signal. Otherwise, when tomorrow morning when we wake up around this time, you're going to see the lagging line touching the price line. And that's going to be a strong signal for any short-term investors to exit their positions. So we're looking for at least 171 or higher close for today, and we're at 165. If we can't maintain that, then we'll start seeing that price coming down towards the cloud. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line above price line, conversions above base, but the problem is we're sitting right smack dab in the cloud as of right now. Price does like to rise through red clouds and down through green clouds. We are getting the rise through the red cloud, but in order for this to break and really become a strong buy signal, we're going to have to see price above $1.70. Again, so the 1 hour and the 4-hour chart are in agreement on price. So anything above 170, 171-ish would more than likely turn into a strong buy signal for Ape. Very, very strong buy signal. On AMC, on a 1 hour chart here, we have lagging line below price line, conversions below base. We are on the backside of this is very, very close to what it was I was talking about before. If price doesn't come down through the front side of a green cloud, it goes down through the backside. So we've got price coming down through the backside of the green cloud on the 1 hour chart. Price does usually like to move up through red clouds, thinning portions of red clouds in the future, and that is showing up for tomorrow. That doesn't mean that it couldn't start running upwards and heading that direction as early as today. But in order for this to become a buy signal before tomorrow, we're going to have to see price above, I would say closing price by the end of the day needs to be above 539. So I'm going to go ahead and write 539 down as a strong push point. And for Ape on a 4-hour chart, let me get rid of the noise in here, guys. Sorry. See, noise canceling. See how much better that looks? Noise canceling headphones. iPhones. It's like noise canceling iPhones. No pun intended. We have lagging lines just about ready to hit into the price line. So this doesn't really, and you can see prices come down to the base and is touching on base. This is kind of a little bit of a selling signal here on from a short-term investor's perspective, and so that means that price could start heading down towards this green cloud. The only way that we stay above this is by getting the lagging line to be above price line before the end of today, which means that I think we need to be above 540, 550 by the end of the day. And then going into tomorrow, we'll have to be even higher numbers, right? It'll be over 577 by the end of tomorrow. So we're really looking for 550 close to see continued buying pressure. Otherwise, by tomorrow, we could have a little bit of downwards momentum ahead of us. And so yeah, 539, 550 for AMC. So I'm gonna let me think about this for a minute here. Um, I'm gonna go with a $5 close for the day today. Maybe $4.99. $4.99 close for AMC. And on Ape, I think we'll probably be looking at I don't know, 168. It's a lot. Hold on a second here. Let me do some math real quick. And I did too many. Yeah, I think 167. 167 should be fair, I think, numbers. So let me add up my numbers here real quick. Oh wow. That has us at a combined closing price of 666 by the end of the day. What are the chances? Yep. Can't make that stuff up. Watch for that 666 close for the day today. Can see that happening again. So I'll be going 516 to 816 on my close for the day today. It's a little bit higher than what I had from last week. Let's see if Einstein put anything in here. Or Apex. Don't see anything. Gooey, good morning. Einstein's going with 501 to 801. Got you down, sir. Thank you. Let me put up a Bollinger Band here real quick. there was a couple different different meetings that I wanted to watch this week with you guys, as I feel like they're kind of important, and I know how much you guys absolutely just love this topic. But I feel like they're kind of important things that I want to watch, as I do feel like they're essentially trying to push us towards CBDC. But I think it's on Thursday this week. Well, we have Governor Bowman speaking on CBDC on tomorrow. But I don't know if I'll have a chance to be able to find that one or not. That if I can find the video for it, I'll play it. But it's actually the next day or 2 days after that we have the opening remarks to an event hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, which is going to be here in Odessa, Texas. But I think that the important part to that is that they'll be talking again, more than likely, about CBDC during that time. So I think they're really pushing pretty hard the CBDC topic, and I think it's important to kind of follow what it is that they have to say about that information. Dana, good morning. 501 to 499.32. Nice. Frank, that's actually not correct. It wasn't 100 ape equals 1 AMC. It was 1 ape equals 1 AMC. It was 100. It was 100. Sorry. It was one preferred equity one preferred equity stock that equaled 100 AMC. So it was the other way around. That it was the conversion for the preferred stock was 100 to 1 AMC. So ape is a 1-to-1 ratio. When they did the conversion from the preferred stock to the units, it gave it a 1-to-1 ratio. Does anyone know if eToro lends shares? I asked them, and the broker answered they don't, but couldn't give me any assurance that's accurate. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't do like a running tab on which ones do and which ones don't. I feel like there's somebody out there that recently had mentioned that they had done some investigating into that on eToro, and found that their shares were being lent. But I don't know that for a fact, and I think they had to actually kind of go into. I think I'm not sure exactly what it was that they had to do to rectify that, but they were quite surprised by the fact that they were being loaned. And my guess is that if a broker's telling you that they can't give you any assurances, that's not a very good sign. You might want to speak to somebody a little bit higher pay grade than that person. I would increase. I would definitely escalate to somebody higher. Yeah, I would definitely escalate. I mean, and then also, Mega Johnny says, if you're on margin, then more than likely they are being lent, and I would agree with that. But yeah, definitely escalate just a level higher and find out. Um, don't settle for I'm not sure answer because that's not exactly helpful. Bless you. Let's see here. I'm going through to see if there's any current AMC news. Nothing that pops up right immediately off the bat. This weekend I posted a video of me looking for. My wife wants to see What does she want to see? I can never remember the name. I want to call it The Rising Dead, but that's not. I don't think that's the name of it. I want to go see this movie with her next week because it does release next week. And then we were like looking into movie times, and the movie theater that's closest to me is completely booked out. At least it says sold out. And so I was like, what the heck's going on here? Like every day that I pull up, it's always showing up as sold out, which I thought was odd. As like, I don't believe it's really sold out. I think something else is going on here. So I kind of posted something on Twitter. I was like, "What's going on here?" And then somebody posted back that oftentimes movie theaters will do that kind of a thing if they have like something wrong with the screen. Maybe they've sold tickets and they're not sure whether or not they're going to continue to be able to show on that screen or whatnot for repairs. So they'll just block it out as sold out, and then and if they have to cancel the people who did put in their tickets, then they do. So I just got to keep my eye on this every single day to make sure. But Evil Dead Rise is what she wants to see. Um, I might have to. I might have to wait. We might have to wait because they still are showing as sold out. Yeah, I'm really bad with movie title names. Names in general are just really difficult for me. So I one time called there's a movie with Jack Nicholson called As Good as It Gets. Pretty sure that's the title of it. And I can only remember it now because of the fact that one time I was struggling trying to remember the name of the movie, and I kept saying it doesn't get any better. It's like that's the name of the movie. It doesn't get any better. I couldn't think of what it was called, and but yeah, it's As Good as It Gets. Great movie, by the way. But yeah, I struggle with movie names. Postman always rings twice. Wait, did you rename that? And that's like no, 1981 film. Oh, I don't think I've seen this. No, I'm pretty sure it was As Good as It Gets. Yeah, 1997 film. Really, really super old. It is. It's a very. Both of the the postman I think was even older. Adam Aaron pushing out some tweets this weekend that had a lot of people kind of saying a couple different things here and there. So let's see. He said 18 hours ago. He said some misunderstand the 1-for-10 reverse stock split approved by 87% of the March 14 votes, saying we are stealing 90% of your shares. You forget that the share price rises tenfold at the time, exactly the same as trading 10 $1 bills for $10 bill. Either way, you still have 10. Um, I I see. It's really kind of weird. I don't understand why there seems to be some disconnect on where this is coming from, but I understand that, like, I think one of the problems is that people are seeing the dilution and saying that the dilution changes somehow what it is that you own, and it's still the same thing, which I think is it's kind of weird. I'm not really sure, like, where it's coming from, and it does change. The dilution does change the total value of what AMC price would end up needing to get to for you to make some certain amount that you need to make. But I think the idea, the falsehood of what it is that I think a lot of people are kind of getting confused with is that the market moves on percentages, and it's not really value, right? So your value comes from percentage of movement, uh, not off of like how much you have in your account. And so if you have, for example, and I was trying to convey this a little bit this week, and I said if you have a lot of people are going like, oh, well, can we hit some X number, right? And I'm trying to avoid throwing out some random numbers here, but and I just want you to do some quick math. Sit down and ask yourself, what's the difference between, some people are going like, well, I think we could definitely hit something like $400, right? Like that's very, very doable. And so if you sit down and you do the math, okay, well, from our current price at 5 to 400, what kind of a percentage change is that in value? And so when you look at the percentage change in value from $5 to $400, it's some percentage, right? It's a percentage, and you can see what that percentage change is of the increase in value. And what I would argue with you is that if you believe that that percentage change is possible, then there's no reason for that same percentage change to be possible at a different value. In other words, like if we suddenly are now valued at 25 to $30 after reverse split and conversion, then that same percentage is possible. And so it puts you at that 4,000 range, right? So it is completely possible for a price to move the same amount in percentage wise. If it's possible to hit that percentage at a $4 or $5 strike, or not strike, but price, then there's no reason why you can't hit that same percentage on a higher starting value. It's just percentages. And so I think there's a little bit of disconnect where people aren't seeing that, and they're just simply looking at numbers. They're saying like, what number do I need to hit? Now all of a sudden, when you start talking about, when you say a number like 4,000 and you go like, oh, there's no way we can hit 4,000, that's you putting limitations on what the price can get to, and that's your problem. That's a you problem. You need to be looking at percentages. How much can the price move percentage wise? Because if you believe that the percentage can move from 5 to 400, and then you don't believe the same thing is true going from $25 or $30 to some same percentage of increase in price, that's a you problem. You're simply just having a problem with not being able to see that it's the same exact percentage amount, and you need to understand that it is possible to hit those kind of numbers. especially if you believe it can hit 400. So it's just and it's just like I really don't understand that mentality. I can understand why people would get locked up into the idea that they're losing some kind of value. Dilution does usually tend to look like you lose value, and you do. You in a sense you kind of do lose a little bit of value, but it's uh it's not nearly as bad as I think what some people like. Some people are putting out like 90% numbers, and it's not even true. Belbev DeVos says, "Good morning. SpaceX Starship launch is scheduled for today in approximately 30 to 45 minutes. Casey may be able to see it." Wait, from my house? Are you kidding me? Get out of here. Where are they launching from? Brandon says, "But it needs to be factored in that less people retail will buy in at higher prices." That's not the point, Brandon. That's not how a squeeze works. And remember, retail doesn't move price. I hate to break it to you, but what we've been seeing on a daily basis is not retail moving price. And so that doesn't need to be factored in at all. It's a zero factor. How much retail buys and sells is very obviously not a factor. So, in regards to what it is that you're saying, Brandon, you need to really think about who controls price and how much it can move by. Because when you start to understand that who controls price and what it can move to comes by institutional purchasing pressure, then that's what it is that really is the key to the answer to your problem, and what it is that you need to be factoring in. What are they being forced to buy? Part of the reason it's going to look like that tardigrade is because of the fact of the dilution that occurred in Ape, though. No, I do mean dilution, Doug. Man, that's cool. I didn't know. I might have to go outside and check it out then. If they're South Padre, okay, I know exactly which direction to look then. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, I didn't even watch it, Einstein. I have no idea. Yeah, I've heard about the whole like 60 to 90 day waiting period on that, and I haven't really done too much investigating into it as of yet. I'm gonna have to take a look into it and see what I see there. But I have a really difficult time. Like, I mean, if AMC shows that they need to raise capital for business needs, I'm pretty sure that they could probably convince the judge that it's needed. It's like it's due to business needs that they would need to do it sooner than later. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see what ends up happening. See how the judge rules. The other part too is Adam Aaron says, in your comments, some fear after a reverse split, short pressure could cause price to go back down, but you neglect that it is every bit as easy to short a stock price at 3 as it is on a stock that is priced at 30. A reverse split itself has nothing to do with any subsequent prices afterwards. And he's very right about what he's saying. They can short it any given time, guys. It really doesn't matter. It's never been about them shorting or not shorting. I don't know, Sam. I don't know. I'm not positive. Possibly. I mean, I tried not to read too much into those. I did comment, I think, on one of them, but I forget which one I commented on. I guess I could just go look at my feed and see. What did I say? I said, I guess I got to go to my comments, replies. I said hedges will be hedges. Let's just make sure you get that first round of dilution ready to go sooner than later, preferably small quarterly quantities like Elon Musk style than one giant lump sum. But of course, he's going to do however he wants to do it. I just thought I'd throw it out there what I thought would probably be the best idea. But who am I? I'm just I'm just another shareholder here. So I'm sure he's going to do his dilution however he wants to do it. Sam's saying if they could short it below now, why aren't they? And I would simply say is that it becomes the buying pressure that happens, the lower you drop the price is too great. And I've always felt that seems to be the case. That when you get to a certain threshold, the buying pressure just becomes too strong. Jim says, why wouldn't Ape shareholders countersue over the settlement? Ape holders are being materially damaged if they only give a dividend to AMC shareholders. Preferred shares should get dividends first. And the argument there, Jim, is that anybody who was an original shareholder of AMC would have been the only quote unquote shareholders, right? The Ape shares were issued as a dividend later. And so anybody who would have bought or the only people who would have been damaged would have been the original AMC shareholders. It wouldn't have been anybody who bought later on at a lower price on an Ape. And I think that's the main point here that's trying to be made is that AMC shareholders were damaged in some way. So they deserve some kind of payment for rectification of that damage or whatever. So I think that's the answer that you're probably looking for. $17.96 Patriot says the lawyers, not us, get large settlements. You know what, man? I don't even want to go down that road. I don't even disagree. I totally agree. Like, wow, these lawyers. Going with Ape closing at 170 and AMC closing at 530, combined closing price of $7. Got you down for 550 to 850 Apex. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot to. I don't know if Einstein's still in here or not. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh yes, I signed. Congratulations on the win for last week. I would just want to throw that out there to you. You did win. You beat me by 4 pennies. I'm always getting beat by like a few pennies here and there, and it's just like ah. We don't lose 90% of our shares though. I don't. I don't get that. Um, Man, I can't believe I completely forgot to mention that. 4 pennies, dang it. When I saw it happen, I was like, oh man, it was like I just knew. I was like, this is not going to work out for me. I should have just guessed a little bit. I mean, you were quite above me in price predictions last week. I think you had like 548 as your bottom, and my bottom was 502, I think. Or no, 504. I think 504 was my bottom. So like there was a big spread between us. All I could have just changed my numbers and just tried to go for the win for the point. But I was trying to get as close as I possibly could to the average, and it's just I don't play right. I don't play this game right. I'm playing wrong. Dana says, Casey, I think people forget the second half of the equation, the 10x higher price. Um, I think actually, Dana, I think the problem is that they're taking the 10x. They're looking at the total price of the amount of shares that they have afterwards, and they're looking at how much they've spent, how much they put into the stock versus what the price is afterwards, plus the 10, even with the 10x in, they're saying like right now at my current amount, I'm only down this much, and then after the reverse split and the conversion, I'm down this much. But what they're failing to realize is that the amount that the price can move is always going to be the same no matter what. So while it looks like you're losing more money after the reverse split and conversion, the price is going to be exponentially higher and that can move by in percentage terms of percentages. So I think that's the problem. That's the disconnect. They're just simply taking what did I spend for my shares here versus what is it now, and it's seeing a big difference, right? And that's the problem. And this is where that cost basis information really kind of comes into play, into kind of screwing up with people's heads a little bit. I can't even begin to express to you guys like how in a squeeze play like this, cost basis information is non-relevant. In the end, when you go to sell your position, you're not going to be caring about cost basis. You're going to be looking to extract the most amount of money as possible from this. And so that's really what you need to be focused on is that you're attempting to extract the most amount of value, and that's going to be a percentage, right? And that's what you should be looking for is percentages. Stop looking at the numbers. Look for percentages because that's what you're looking for. It depends, the big tramp. I mean, we got to see what's going to happen with the conversion reverse split, right? Like if we get the conversion reverse split, then I think yes, it'll probably be more something like that. It's up in the air still, Josh. We don't know anything yet until they're meeting. We're getting meetings this week between different parties with the judge, and when that goes through, we'll find out for sure. Maybe we'll have some more information by the time this week's over. Maybe. So it's kind of up in the air right now. Yeah, see that Italian tomato, you're making the exact mistake that I'm telling you. That's the mistake that you're making. Ken, I can't. I think you know my position on options. I can't promise you anything on in regards to options. They should convert with a factor of 10x. So if you have calls, for example, at a strike of 5, then those calls will be 50 going into the future. I have no idea, Sam. I don't know. I don't know if it's. Actually, we don't even know. We don't even know what the final numbers are going to be yet. 1 for 10. Why not 1 for 5 or 1 for 3? I'm assuming you're talking about in regards to like the settlement. I think is what you're talking about. You're looking at it entirely wrong, Italian Tomato. You need to do percentages. You're asking the wrong question. It reduces the amount of shares that are available for the market to be trading, Ray. That's the purpose of a reverse split. And also, not only that, but the reverse split kind of gives Adam Aaron the ability to control uh, a huge amount of shares in regards to dilution. I mean, Sam, you can throw out hypotheticals all day long. What if the world blew up tomorrow? And it really doesn't make sense to play hypotheticals like that. I mean, it's really like it's you're literally saying like what if I mean you're throwing out just insane hypotheticals that don't even make any sense at all. Can you give me an example, Sam, of any time in history where the government has put a cap on a stock price? And then so when you take into consideration what it is that you're suggesting, you're talking about unprecedented factors that are happening or attempting to occur. So it's like, why in the world would you even throw out like potential possibilities like that when it's like it's unprecedented? Yeah, but it really doesn't like you get nowhere. See, this is the noise that I'm talking about, Sam. Noise canceling headphones, what you're doing is you're producing noise. You're simply stating like, what if this happens? Well, what if this happens? Well, what if you're just creating noise. You're being a noise creator instead of a noise canceller. So I'm gonna throw on some music and I'm gonna take a break, guys, and I will see you guys 15 minutes before market open. So I went outside to go see if I could see. I don't even know what the is it SpaceX? I don't know. I can never remember which one's which. For yeah, SpaceX. Maybe. Oh, hold on a second. Let me pause the music. I wanted to go outside and see if I could see it getting launched, since it is happening, I guess, here in Texas. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna try and look up and see what time that's supposed to be. Oh, Nat Nail, you don't even know. Definitely, definitely a fun-filled weekend, a FUD-filled weekend. Apex says Bitcoin's getting smacked down. It's down 2.86% right now at 29.4K a coin. I'm thinking it's going to consolidate. I wouldn't expect to continue to drop below 28.7, because I am expecting to see a little bit of consolidation. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It happens. I wouldn't expect it to drop too much further. If it does drop below 28.7, it could drop a lot further. But I'm not really expecting it to. I'm really expecting to see more consolidation. We only have about 10 more minutes before the market opens here. I've got $4.99 as the closing price on AMC and 167 for the closing price on Ape. Believe it or not, guys, 666 is the total price, the average. Without me even really thinking about it, that's what I came out to for a guess for the day today. T 40-second holding point. All right. So they're holding, Tom says. Tom, is there a website you're using for this? Actually, I can just look it up. Let me see here. Let's see here. Do I want to go to the? If I stream this, I'm probably not going to be able to. I'm sure I'll get like some kind of content violation or something like that. Let's see here. Where the heck? So I would assume maybe this is the Falcon 9. I'm not sure. I went outside to go look, and Ultra Ape says they stopped it. So apparently they stopped the launch. I'm not sure why. Ultra Ape is saying canceled. So launch scrubbed for today. Okay, it looks like we're scrubbed. No launch. Good night. I think my wife was gonna actually walk outside with me to go see it, but she's going to bed now. She's like, screw this. So, stuck cryo valve. Sounds like a problem. It is a little colder today here in Texas than usual, so I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't anticipating as cold as it is today. I would have expected warmer temps, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Sam says we were promised more popcorn April 14th. I want my AMC popcorn. I haven't seen it back in stock yet at all. Deb, I briefly read as I was coming back that you were broke down in Tennessee. Is that what are you saying you're broke down in Tennessee? I hope everything's going okay with the rig. Dana says they shorted the launch. We can't have anything nice. Failure to perform. Let's see here. Bitcoin 2.97%. It's not too much. It's a little bit of a bump. As of the pre-market right now, Ape is down 1.81% at sorry, at a dollar, or do I have that on the right? Oh yeah, $1.63, and then AMC is at $5.28, up 2.95%, 3.11%. Sorry. Got about 6 more minutes. In regard, oh, let me send out a text message real quick here. Let's see. Let's see here. We've got Apex and Einstein are in for their price predictions for the day today. I've got 516 to 816. Apex has 550 to 850, and Einstein has 501 to 801. And I just sent out a text message to Eric real quick here, and sometimes if he's busy, I don't bother him, and I just go with his previous day predictions. But he had last week he had 590 to 890. Let me scroll. Deb is saying, "Yep, Casey, it's all good. Company pays the bill. I do miss my baby chicks though." Aw. Is that what are you hauling? You're hauling some baby chickens? That's actually kind of cute. No, it's not snowing down here, Mac and Bees, but it's just a little bit colder than usual. What I would have expected, anyways. Good morning to you, Tom. Apex, as of right now, you're the only one at 550. There's only about a 15-cent spread between me and Einstein. I still wait. Usually Eric gets back to me like right as market's opening, so I'll know what his numbers are here. If he doesn't get back to me, then I'll probably be just putting him in for the 590 to 890, which means he'll be high as well. I have not read them yet, Mike. I did tweet out or retweet something from Randall. I always forget his last name. Cornett. I retweeted out something from Randall Cornett, and that has a link to a lot of different things, and I haven't had a chance to go through and see what it is that was put out there, but he says since the cat is out of the bag and the videos are being made, I was really having an inner battles whether I should show this information or not, because I don't want narratives to get out of control. You're going to hear things about Adam Aaron and the board over the next couple of days, so I'm just going to provide source links so you guys can all form your own opinions. Before any judgments should be made or pitchforks are drawn, I'd suggest before you make any comments or create videos, you thoroughly read through and understand all of these documents. And so he's got about 10 different documents in there, which are quite extensive, and I have a feeling that there's a reason why somebody like Randall Cornett would hold back on saying anything if he went through some of the documentation, read through it, and felt differently about something, and didn't jump to any kind of conclusion and post immediately what it was that he found, because that's not the responsible thing to do in our community. It's better to take a look at what's actually the truth, and then figuring that out before you just go out blowing up everybody's Twitter accounts and everything. So I will see you guys after market open, and we'll talk about noise canceling headphones.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10. Okay, you sound good.
a negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. I said, oh my God, I see you walking by. Take my hands, my dear, and look me in my eyes. Just like a monkey, I've been dancing my whole life. But you just beg to see me dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. Dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat some crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It is good to see you. Welcome to another Monday. We have a little bit of so the title for the day today is noise canceling headphones. This weekend, first off, I want to say I had a great time playing Secret Santa with some of the people on my Discord. For those of you who know what it is, you know what it is. But we had a great time. I think there was 8 of us in total that were in there playing the game, and let me tell you, I was laughing my ass off. It was great fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for you guys, the 8 of you who are spending that time with me playing that Secret Santa. I had an excellent time. It was a great blast, and it was a great way to start my weekend, kind of, sort of, because it was Saturday, but it already started. but then I had lots of stuff that was just kind of eating at me this weekend. A lot of people coming at different angles and different directions, throwing shade and just a lot of different stuff that was like getting thrown at me. It was just like and I just kind of at some point I just threw my hands up in the air and it's like I'm done. I'm done with like dealing with BS, what ifs the one you have to remember, guys. There are some very basic reasons why we are here. Right. And every single time, I know better. I know I wanted to throw the word FUD out there so bad. I really do. I'm trying to avoid it. But literally, we have a basis for why we know that we're here. Right. We all know why we're here and what we're trying to accomplish and what we're doing. That hasn't changed. And so all this other little tiny stuff about like this, that, or the other are just kind of little tiny nitpicky kind of things. Because really, ultimately, what does it come down to? Are you going to continue to hold this stock or are you not going to continue to hold this stock? That's what this comes down to. At the end of the day, somebody is telling you you should either change your mind or you should go ahead and stick to your guns. That's what they're telling you. So I'm sitting here telling you guys, you know what it is that you want. It's your money, it's your investment. You decide what you want. And when you see that noise and it gets too much, cut it out. Throw on those noise canceling headphones and just cut it out. And that's what I did this weekend. I was like, you know what? I had it up to the top of my limits of noise and I just cut it out. I started blocking people. I started exiting out of private DMs. I cut it all out, cut it loose. I am not here for the bullshit. I'm not here for the bullshit. I'm here because of fundamental reasons that I know are good. Reasons why I know that we're going to succeed. And all the rest of that noise is not needed. I am not going to let that narrative control me. I make my own choices. And that other noise can just go kick a can down the road because I don't give 2 craps about it. I don't. I know what I'm here for. I know what I want to accomplish, and I'm driven. So screw all the rest of you. All the rest of you out there pushing out those bullshit stories, screw you. Screw you and screw them with other people and their investments. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. It all comes down to one simple thing. Do you hold the stock or do you not? That's what it comes down to. The rest of it doesn't matter. I'm off my I'm off my soapbox. But I'm telling you guys, if I see the noise out there, if I see people who are just like trashing on Adam Aaron, if I see people who are trashing on the company, I'm just blocking. I don't have any time for you. I don't have time for you. You're just a time waster. I don't have time for you. Leave. No, don't be a part. I'm going to exit my position from you. Not from this company. I've invested in this company, but I'm exiting my position from you. Don't be a part of what it is that I'm a part of, because I'm here to win. I'm here to accomplish something, and I'm going to make that happen. I'm going to make that help to happen every single way I can. So I threw on my noise canceling headphones this weekend, blocked, exited, and did what I had to do to make sure that I maintain my focus where my focus needs to be. So I'm sorry, it's just a level of you got to have your limitations, and you have to say like enough is enough. I'm not putting up with you anymore. Owen says, "Don't short me, Casey." I don't plan on shorting you. And so Doug says, "Let's hope they hold, Casey." And here's the other thing, Doug. I don't care if people sell. I don't care. Why? Because I know that we're going to lose people before this is over. I can't change that. There's nothing I can do or say that will change those people's minds from doing what it is that they're going to do. But I guarantee you that when they do sell, it's going to be their shares that are going into the marketplace that causes the price to start moving. That extra a little bit of liquidity when it starts hitting into the marketplace is going to allow the price to start moving. And they'll have regrets, and I won't, because I will have held to my convictions. And I can't help them. There's nothing I can say or do to help those people. It's great to see people showing their true colors in here. It's awesome. I know exactly what to do with you. Appreciate it. Dr. Zena says everyone is losing their shit. Come to Dr. Zena's office. My rates are cheap. Yeah, retail's not responsible for moving the price, Doug. You're absolutely right. Institutions get a hold of those loose shares when they do sell out of their positions, and they move the market. You're absolutely right. They need shares in order to make a market, and without those shares, it becomes more and more difficult for them to control price. And that's just why you see what happens. Volume starts getting tighter and tighter and tighter until finally it explodes. We got about 15 more minutes until you see until we start going through the numbers. Dana says, "Well, someone's got to sell their shares for them to cover. Tag, not it." That's the point. That is exactly the point, Dana. You nailed it. That is nailing it right on the head. Somebody has to sell their position for them to be able to start getting shares. It will happen. We'll lose people for sure. I've always said that. You've always heard me say that. We will lose people. Casey, wouldn't it be difficult to hold this play if 15 to 20% of the current apes walk? Not that I care. Actually, so if let's say Italian tomato, let's say that every person who voted no. So we know 87% voted yes, right? Let's say that the other, what do we got left over? 20, no, less than that, 13%. Let's say the other 13% just walked away, right? Sold off their position and walked. We could go with your lower of your two numbers of 15%. Let's say 15% just up and outright sold. I don't think it would make a dent. Not a single bit of a dent. Yep, I'm not even worried about it, Glenn. Just noise. Dilution equals shares available. Yes. Yes, it does. dilution could help price to start running initially, but then those shares would also be used to help short the price back down again. So the question becomes then is, does that dilution help the price to rise into a gamma? And that's the part that you don't know. You don't know if price is going to move enough to move into a gamma. In which case, once you move into a gamma type squeeze, it's very difficult to control. That's the question is would it be controllable or not? That's not necessarily true, Caleb. No. It's a little bit of a complex answer on that one because it would depend on whether or not you voted for your AMC or Ape shares, right? Ape shares, if you didn't vote, would have gone in the same proportion in quantity towards the votes that they actually were voted for the votes that did happen. So they would have been voted for. The Ape votes that didn't vote would have been considered a no vote. Or I said Ape, I meant AMC. AMC shares would have been any votes that didn't vote would have been towards a no, or would have acted like a no vote. They just wouldn't have counted for anything, essentially. It's not a yes vote. How's that? It's probably the best way to say it. Rem tacos, stirring the pot. Yeah, Doug, that is kind of what happened exactly with GME. And there were a lot of people who sold off some of their positions as the price was running to the $70-$80 range. And so you saw this like massive surge to $160 or there 140. It was like 140, I think. Surged to like $140, and then they dropped the price right back down to 60 again or 50. I think it was 50. I don't know. I can't remember the. I have the numbers written down on my Excel spreadsheet, but I'm not opening it right this second. But yeah, I mean, essentially, and that caused a lot of people to be able to close out or exercise some of their positions on their options, and that is exactly what happened with GME. And then you got your gamma squeeze. I would never say if anybody asked me, do you think GME was a short squeeze, and I would say no. It never even got to the full potential that it could have gotten to. It literally was just a gamma ramp that was succeeding until the buy buttons got taken away. Trevor, I've got 167 for the close on Ape for the day today. And right now it's at 160, so I think I'm going to end up being a little bit wrong on that. But I also had AMC down to 499 for a close. But the combined total for, closing price for the day today that I have down is 666, which I wasn't even trying to get to that number at all. I was just simply trying to figure out where I felt prices were going to close at, and I picked 499 and 167, and did not realizing that totaled 666. But it is what it is. Shaw, did you try the ADD strategy I suggested yet? No, I have not. But I did go into Costco and saw huge bottles of I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I saw huge bottles of it. Because Costco quantity size, right? Sitting on the shelf over there when I was looking for allergy medicines for my wife. And I contemplated getting it, and I just looked at it and I was like, I just I don't know, man. I function. I function right now, and I like it. I'm okay with where I'm at. Buck says you showed your true colors with that price prediction, Satan. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Throat Yoga says, Casey, question: if I buy shares today, what happens with them for the reverse split? Do they split or what? Yes, they would. If there is a reverse split in a conversion, they would count towards that. But in regards to what you purchased today versus what kind of settlement there's going to be, I cannot speak to that because we don't have the final. We don't have the final. I want to say results, but the final ruling for that yet. So we don't. I don't have an answer for you. I can't possibly tell you what the answer is to that in regards to any kind of settlement or ruling that may occur. Jim says Ape is a preferred share and should be higher than AMC. Or at least the same value. Interestingly enough, Jim, if you look at how the market's treating it, they're treating the outstanding potential amount of price for the market cap as part of the total valuation. In other words, like if you, I don't know, let me pull it up here because I've this is like I think I've mentioned this a couple times. This is really kind of neat. I think it's kind of neat how this works out, but I don't know. Some people may not necessarily think so. Let me see here. Let me just move this sheet to a easier. Let me move this sheet. So the interesting thing is if you look back to what was happening. This is April 3rd market close, and if you remember correctly, the settlement occurred 2 days after that, which was the 5th. The original settlement that didn't go through. And the market cap at the time in the aftermarket hour prices really didn't have AMC and Ape matched up, but the market cap came out to a total of about four billion at that time, and then or actually this is the extended hours right here. I'm sorry, the numbers that I gave you was market close. The extended hours took AMC to 481 and 155, and so brought the market cap down on AMC and up on Ape, trying to get those I think closer to. And you can see that the market cap combination was very, very close, since they were basically trying to get these closer to even. And I think the main goal here from institutions is probably to try and get to an even market cap of balance ratio between AMC and Ape. So that when it gets converted and everything's all said and done, that you end up seeing closer to just basically just a lot closer value in market cap between the two. But the interesting thing about that, though, is that that's based off of the entire amount of shares that are supposed to be converted and reverse split over from the Ape, and so it's really kind of interesting how they're doing that. Because in actuality, the value is actually lower, right? Like it's not the outstanding amount that are actually being traded with aren't exactly at the highest amount right now. So it's it's kind of interesting to see how it is that they're working, how the market's kind of playing this right now in regards to price. So there's some interesting stuff that's going on. Yukon says, Casey, it's all a bunch of sheet. Yeah, I hear you, man. We got about 4 more minutes, guys, and I'll take a look at the numbers. Mac and Bees is saying in your screenshots, try to include the cash shares and the date. Yeah, those are definitely important things to remember to include in the screenshot. Javi's linking us to something. I'm not sure what.
If you see somebody
Uh, I've already, whatever this is, I've already watched it before because it's showing up as already having been watched. 48 minutes long. What the heck is this? I don't know what this is. What's up with the link, Javi? And why are we pushing it? What's the deal here? Why are we pushing this? Oh, it's a live stream. It looks like this might be a live stream. I don't know how in the world I could have watched this if this was a live stream. Delete it, Casey. Sorry. Okay. You can delete it. Well, Lion King, if you have better suggestions on how you can prove what it is that you hold, then I would go for it. But and suggest them. But if you don't have any other better advice, then it would probably be the best thing that you can potentially do. Plus, it is very, very. While you say that you can edit a screenshot, it is also very, very simple for somebody to do forensic analysis on the screenshot to determine whether or not it was an edited photo or not. So I know that you think that you could probably edit it to be whatever it is that you want it to be and not get away with somebody not noticing the difference, but there's experts out there, and they know the difference between an edited picture and a not edited. So it would probably be the best source of potential proof that you could probably get. Yukon's saying I can prove with timestamps and forensic accountants. So I would still suggest doing it. I don't think anybody who's trying to tell you guys not to take screenshots is looking out for your best interests. So the FedWatch tool for the week for today, I did open this up this morning. And believe it or not, guys, we are now up to an 84.7% chance at seeing a 25 basis point rate hike here in 16 days, 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. As if we care about all that. But we are looking at like an 84.7% chance at 25 basis points. It's pretty huge. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. It is that time. I'm gonna take you over the other page. Buck's like, we want numbers. I'm going. Uh, Two-factor authentication. If you don't, oh wait, hold on a second. While I'm in the back, when I've got you on this other page here, and you don't see the big tramp on the screen, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold your personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until after you see the big tramp back on the screen. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, you may want to consider it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. And then I'm also asking, if they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive your code, not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary. And then also I'm asking people to take pictures or video footage of your accounts and saving that into a folder someplace to prove what it is that you held for ownership in case something happens with your broker and they mess up, and you can show them proof of your holdings after the change and help you to perhaps get that rectified. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on for numbers for the day today. In regards to price prediction, this is not meant as financial advice. This is only simply for apes who are trying to figure out the price for the day within a $3 price range and a combination of AMC and Ape price together. Einstein, congratulations once again. If he's listening, I don't know. But if you are listening, Einstein, congratulations on winning the extra bonus point for having the closest price. He beat me out by 4 cents, you bastard. But he got me. He got me and got that extra bonus point for the week to win the week out. But nice job by all. For today, price predictions. Hold on 1 second here. I'm going to put in Eric's real fast. Here's what we got. I'm in at 516 to 816. Eric's in at 510 to 810. Apex is in at 550 to 850. Apex, you are the highest. And Einstein's in at 501 to 801. So Apex has got the high end on the totem pole, and looks like Einstein's got the low end. So everybody else is in between. There's only a 49 cent spread between us. So we're for the most part in agreement, I think, on where price is going. It's not too much of a spread. And then short exempt volume on AMC. SSR did trip last Friday. Actually, let me go back real quick here and just check something real quick. I think it was tripped right around 14:43 Eastern Standard Time, which would have been 2:43 Eastern. So closer to the end of the day, which is likely the reason why we had less short exempt volume. I would have expected to see more, but it was only for a couple hours there where they had SSR trip that would have allowed them to legally print more short exempt volume. And I'm expecting today to be a really big day in short exempt volume. At least I'm hoping for it, because I'm afraid that if we don't see over 500,000 shares going through CHX for the day today, and we don't see at least 500,000 in CHX, in short exempt volume, that we probably will see us coming off that threshold list. But for Friday, it was 464.7 thousand shares. Ape was 180.4 thousand shares. AMC was down 6.23%. Ape was down up 5.73%. AMC still at 100% utilization, and that was 64 days in a row now of 100% utilization. And Ape's at 67.95% utilization, which was zero change day over day. Let's see here. Max Pain this week increased from $5. We finished out the week last week at $5. No, $5.50. We finished out the week at $5.50, and it's moving up to $7 for Max Pain for this week. You're going to see some very interesting things in the options. You can see on the screen to your right already. You can see that the call highest amount of open interest for the call side is at a $10 strike, and then the highest amount of options for the puts is at a $2 strike. So you're looking at like the middle ground being around $6. So I'm kind of this is what I'm kind of expecting for the week. I'm expecting maybe closing around $6 by the end of the week. I think we might see a price increase at some point that kind of drives us up towards $6. But perhaps maybe closing the week out maybe just shy of 6, and then seeing that max pain slowly dropping throughout the week. But we'll watch and see what happens here. It'll be interesting to see for sure. But there is a lot of puts at $10 as well for open interest. There's over 107,000 contracts at a $10 strike. So somebody needs to collect on a lot of shares, and it looks like they're going to be doing it this week. In regards to off exchange, by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. On AMC, we currently have 56.71%. On EDGX, I would expect to see between 10 and 11%, and we're at 14.19. So between the two, we have 70.9% when we should be about 54%. So we're looking at about 16.9% higher than it should be. CHX volume is at 0.05% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.86, so there's nothing unusual going on there. And on Ape, we are exactly at 44% for the day, which is right where I would expect it to be. And EDGX is at 6.14, which is a little bit low, so giving us a total 50.15% total volume going through those exchanges, which is about 3.85% lower than what I would expect to see. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.12, so nothing unusual happening there. And on GME, CHX volume is 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.28. Nothing unusual happening on that. Institutional ownership slightly increased from Friday to 134.061. Let me refresh it and see if we had any new reporting. Okay, it did drop a little bit first thing this morning from 134.061 to 134.056. So just about 50,000 shares less there. Taking a look at the options, let's see where the highest amount of volume is coming in at right now for calls. Highest amount of call volume is at a $5.50 strike. That's where it was last week when we left off. There's 6.3 thousand contracts. Still a lot of options being purchased at much higher strike prices as well. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike, which is 50 cents less than where we ended the week last week. And there's currently 6.2 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere by the end of the day, it's really close to $5. Taking a look at, we'll take you over to the other page. I'll take you over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data here after I move a couple screens around and give you some happy music. All right, as you can see from this chart right here, guys, I kind of feel like what's happening right now is we're going to see a little bit of consolidation. For the most part, let me see where that day ends here. I think for today, we're going to see consolidation anywhere from a combined price of $6.46 and $7. I think we're going to see a little bit of consolidation here. You can see we've right here at this 682 price, we've seen a lot of support and resistance from the past, and so we're kind of centering around that right now. But I am kind of envisioning a potential breakout going into, I guess, the end of the day tomorrow. And so we have this descending level of resistance and this ascending level of support, and I think that's where we're going to see price kind of consolidate down into and potentially get a breakout going into the later portion of tomorrow. And we did break out of that ascending parallel channel right about where the price was kind of coming into a wedge and trading sideways. We got that breakout coming to the downside, did test off at $6.63 as a level of support, and are currently just kind of consolidating to this point here. I was going to pull up the volume here. You can see volume it's starting to rise. Volume is starting to rise right now, but it was declining on the last 4 days of trading. 5 days. Take out Friday. Monday through Thursday was a bunch of downwards momentum on volume, and then Friday we had an uptick in volume towards the end of the day, and we're starting to still see a little bit more. Well, it appears to be a little bit more volume. We'll see how the day plays out here, but the very first spike in volume for the day today doesn't come anywhere close to what we had for Monday through Thursday last week. So I'm not really sure. I guess it did beat out Thursdays, but it didn't beat out Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen for volume. I don't have more than 10 to 30 million on volume for AMC for the day today, and Ape at 5 to 25 million. So if we see large amounts of volume today towards the end of the day, it would be unusual or not expected. So as of right now, it's hard for me to say if we have rising volume or falling volume. I'd say it's kind of falling. With price falling at this time is bullish. It should break to the top side. If I did a regression trend on just this time frame right here, you can see here that's the downwards momentum in price that we've had since about April 12th. So yeah, maybe some more consolidation with a little potential downwards movement, maybe a retest of 663 before potentially. I'm hoping this is a break to the top side. It is a wedge, so it's a little more difficult to determine. But as of right now, it's looking like it looks like falling volume into falling price currently. It might change. We'll see. According to Ortex this morning, we have 186,000 shares having been returned so far for the day today. That's going to have the impact of slightly lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 26.24%. Cost to borrow mins at 342.34, averages 346.19, and max is 359.06. Utilization at 100%, still day number, like I said earlier, 64 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit here and take a look at the on loan amount. On loan amount dipping day over day from 191.43 million shares to 190.87. It's 560,000 shares that were returned on Friday. Ortex is estimated that about 155,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at short share interest of the free float, that should be dropping with the share on loan share amount dropping. It went from 26.29 to 26.26. And then the on loan average age per day is still rising from 109.27 to 110.03. Security lending volume falling day over day from 19.91 million to 13.22 million. On Ape this morning, so far for the day today, we have 1 million shares having been returned for Ape. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 5.68%. Cost to borrow min is at 10.49, averages 10.49, and max is 10.49. There's only been 5.3 thousand shares loaned so far this morning, so just one loan taken out of not a whole lot of shares. Let's take a look at what the utilization looks like. I'm pretty sure I think it stayed exactly even day over day. Yeah, it did. It went from 67.95 to 67.95. The on loan amount did increase by 100,000 shares from 31.2 to 31.3, which very fractionally rose, made the estimated short share interest of the free float rise from 5.74 to 5.75. On loan average age per day still rising from 60.64 to 61.43. And then security lending volume decreasing drastically from 1.5 million shares to 244,000 shares day over day. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, I'm only looking at AMC, Ape, and GME. Due to low volume AMC and Ape, I don't expect them to be on the list, but AMC is on the list. We have a 42.97% buy and a 57.03% sell ratio, so it's not looking all that great. I would rather see it higher. We did have on Friday's numbers we saw at the very beginning this morning that the total amount of buy to sell ratio was well into the positive from Friday. So as of right now, though, we do have kind of a suffering percentage to the buy side compared to the sell side. SSR is tripped for the day today from last Friday's price movement. It would trip again today on AMC at $4.61, Ape at 1.494. Shares available to borrow is at 400,000 shares available. There was 450 that they borrowed 50,000 out of twice and then returned them. It looks like they also again borrowed another 50,000 since I last checked this and returned those shares again. So as of right now, we're looking at about 300,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are still really, really high. Now, I know a lot of these shares are becoming available and to borrow, and we're seeing these shares being borrowed. But I want you guys to note that very rarely do we see the amount of shares being this high to borrow, and the fees still remaining as high as they are. So just kind of keep that in mind as this continues on. They may refuse to continue to borrow more shares until those fees come down a bit. Out of the money calls, we have 395.7 thousand contracts out of the money versus 58.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 653.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 198.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.08, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the S&P 500 is up 0.05. We have 3,551 advancers to 2,614 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. We have the biggest bank movers right now, and I'm just looking for plus or minus 3%. We've got Credit Suisse down 4.77. The douche bank is down 3.15. The Coinbase is down 5.09. Let's see here. And those are the biggest movers right now. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 2.47%. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.53. Let's recenter this. Starting to move back up from the 100. Oil is down 1.07. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.36 to 0.48, and the SPY is up 0.12. A lot of consolidation kind of occurring right now. VIX is up 2.4% for the day today. VBR is up 0.29, VB is up 0.46, Tesla is up 1.28, Amazon is up 0.9, Cinemark is up 3.19, Doge is up 1.66, Bitcoin is down 2.8 at 29.4K a coin, GME is up 0.71, HYMC is down 2.35, NCMI is up 11.35, Hood is down 2.51, Ape is down 2.41, and AMC is up 1.95. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is approximately 370,000. Close. Yeah, well, it's got 370,000 shares more, or it's not shares, dollars. $370,000 more inflow than outflow. Volume at 5.06 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 50 minutes worth of trading. We are on a pace for 39.46 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I think we're on pace for that currently. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 49.14, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there was almost a divergence in the vortex indicator, except for it started heading the other direction. So currently, more selling pressure than the buying pressure than RSI of 46.83, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure than RSI of 51.73, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 55.04, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's $80,000 more outflow than inflow. Volume is 4.88 million shares so far for the day today. After 51 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 37.31 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. It's actually doing more volume today than I would have anticipated. I'm kind of surprised by this, honestly. It's not very normal for us to see equal amounts, and it's not exactly equal, but close to equal amounts of volume going through Ape and AMC. So it's a little unusual. On a 4-hour chart here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 58.07, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 51.97, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 47.76, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 52.7, which is average. And then Ichimoku. was trying to remember. I was like, I'm forgetting something. What is it? All right. So on Ichimoku, one of the 1 hour and the 4 hour chart are both in agreement today, and they were both saying that we needed to stay above 170 to 171 by the closing of today to see continued buying pressure. Otherwise, the price could start dropping down and moving through the cloud. Normally, price doesn't like to move down through the cloud early. It likes to move down through either the thinning portion of the front side or the back portion of the back side of the cloud. In this particular case here, I think this little bit of downtrend that we're seeing is this thinning portion right here. I have a feeling we're going to start seeing the price kind of moving back up off of this, believe it or not, because normally this is a pretty hefty selling signal. So I think the market's perhaps accumulating into this downwards movement, and then they'll probably be distributing and rising the price back up again, or raising the price back up again. So I'm feeling like there was going to be like a potential move, kind of like this V-shaped move. And we've seen this V-shaped move all the time in both directions. It's just always there, always these upwards and downwards V-shaped, and basically what that is just the on-off switch of off exchange trades being pushed through. It's sickening. Whatever. On a 4 hour chart, though, it's very similar in the fact that similar but the opposite, where price doesn't want to quite move through the cloud just as of yet. We may be looking at maybe like a later portion drive through the cloud. But prices coming back down and kind of stalling out within the cloud here. We do have the lagging line above price line, and conversion is currently above base. In order for us to see good solid movement on price, we would again need to see about a buck 70. So that's kind of the key target that we should be looking for, but we're still 7 cents off from. Taking a look at Bruno's got to go outside. All right, just a minute. Give me a second, Bruno. On a 1 hour chart on AMC, we've got lagging line below price line, conversions below base. We do have a red cloud forming in the future, which is a sign for potential run to the top side, maybe starting as early as aftermarket hours today. Uh-oh. Hold on. I got to take him out right now. Let's go. He started doing the dry heaving. I was like, oh, crap. I don't want to clean up puke. I had to run. Whew. That was a close one. Let's see here. What's next? What was that? Oh yeah, 1 hour time interval. To move up through the cloud, or to see some kind of heavy amounts of buying pressure on the 1 hour cloud here, or time interval, we would need to see price hit about 539. That would basically get the lagging line above the price line. Is it 539? Hold on a second here. I feel like this number is not accurate. Oh yeah, it's going into tomorrow. We'd have to close above 539 is what I was writing down. So closing above 539 would move us into a good buy signal for tomorrow. That's where we want to be seeing price closing around. That would have us going into tomorrow really close to breaking through and seeing potential price movement upwards. But I'm guessing before we get there that we're probably going to be pushed down a little bit first. So I am guessing on a 499 close for the day today. I have a feeling they'll try and close out as many options as possible at that $5 range. On a 4 hour time interval, we have lagging line just about ready to hit the price line. Conversion is just about ready to hit the base. Price has already been hitting on the base. All this for a short-term investor looks like a sell signal, and we're moving into a green cloud here area. In order for this to turn around and not turn into some kind of selling pressure, we would need to see price remain above $5.50 or thereabouts in order to get that lagging line back up above over price so that it's not going to touch and continue to look like there's more buying support or pressure here. Otherwise, it's not really looking like that at all. It's looking like it wants to try to break down through this cloud, which would be down to the 450 range. potentially. And 5 is kind of, or 6, I think, is what I have for closing price. So it's possible. It's possible we might see this break down through the front side of this cloud here to the 450 range and then seeing price rising. But let's see, where would Friday would be. No, I don't know. I actually don't think that's possible. As it stands right now, Friday would have us over here. We would have to be breaking back upwards through Friday because I have a feeling we're going to be closing around 6. At least I'm hoping around 6 by the end of the week, and I don't think that's possible. I think we're going to have to come down maybe a little bit first and then rise back up. I think this is going to be moving through the back side of the cloud, not the front side. Hmm. Very interesting. The 1 hour and the 4 hour time intervals are in complete disagreement right now as to which way price is going to be moving. The 4 hour cloud makes it look like a very strong case for price movement downwards, but the 1 hour cloud says like, yeah, maybe, but very short term, and then it should be heading upwards. Interesting. Well, as it stands right now, AMC is up 2.36% at 524. Do I have it set up correctly? Let me zoom in on that just a tad. Ape is down 1.81% at 163. Savvy says, I think Hester Pierce is the devil. I think she's supposed to be interviewing with Charles Payne, right? Has she already done that Charles Payne interview, or is that old news? Derek says Warren Davidson plans to file legislation to dismiss the SEC chairman Gary Gensler. Now I'm starting to think maybe Gary Gensler was on our side. What a mind F. I think he had a job, Derek. I think Gary Gensler's job was to incorporate cryptocurrency into the United States market, and whether or not he's done that is up for you to decide or judge. But I personally think that he's done um, some very I guess one of the things I really want to know is I want to know what the heck was said to Sam Bankman-Fried between Sam Bankman-Fried about a week prior. He had a meeting with the SEC with Gary Gensler and others, and I really want to know what the heck was talked about there because I don't I don't like the fact that he was sitting there discussing things with them at just before everything was or while I guess it was while things were blowing up, and then nobody really seems to know what was said. And I got a little bit of a problem with that. That doesn't it's not right. But I do think that he's in regards to accomplishing integration of um, cryptocurrencies into the marketplace, I do think that he's probably done a pretty good job of doing that. And I'm not saying it's a job that I wanted done, just saying he's done what I think he was meant to do. I better go check on Bruno. So we had some family over the weekend, and they brought um, two different dogs over. And so Bruno was running around playing with the two other dogs, and this was on, I think it was on Saturday. So Bruno had like two younger pups running around all over the place, and by the time they left that night, Bruno was passed out on the floor, and I thought he was dead. Like I went over to him and I moved him and nothing. He was barely. It seemed like he was barely breathing. I was like, oh crap. And but he ended up being okay. But when he tried to stand, like he didn't want to stand up, and so we kind of nudged him a little bit. Finally, told him like a few key words that we thought might get him to move. And finally, he did get up. But man, I'll tell you what, when he stood up like the oldest man you have ever seen in your entire life. Try to get up like the oldest. He was acting like he was like an 80-year-old dog the way he got up. He was hurting, and so I was touching some of his leg muscles and stuff to see if he had like seized up muscles or whatever. And there were some pretty tight muscles that he had going on. So I massaged him out a little bit and kind of gave him a little bit of a back massage and just kind of old man, like get that blood pumping again kind of stuff. And so then I called it a night. Um, and then last night I want to send you guys this picture. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can post this. I walk up to the bedroom. I don't know my wife's I don't know if she's gonna appreciate if I post this or not. I'm gonna show you a bedroom picture. I walk up to the bedroom and Bruno's like he's passed out on our bed. And I mean, we do let him sleep on the bed, but he never usually goes up there and sleeps up there forever. Like he'll get up there just long enough to get some rubs and then he gets down and sleeps on the floor. He's a big dog, and there's no way the bed can handle enough room for all of us. But he's like just plopped out in the middle of the bed. Um, and so I walked up there again, not moving. And so I turned on the light and I'm just looking at because I couldn't find him throughout the entire house. So when I went searching for him and I found him in the bedroom just lying on our bed, I was like, what the heck? And so like I turned on the light and I just started laughing when I saw him there and his tail starts wagging like I know this is funny, right? But he doesn't move, his whole body doesn't move except for the tail. It's just the tail going whack, 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 whack. And it's like he knows I'm laughing at him. And so I walk over and I'm like, you're gonna have to move, buddy, or else if you don't move, I can't have a spot to sleep here because he's just like he's literally laying the wrong direction in the bed. And so I kind of like nudge him a little bit, and he doesn't budge. And the dude is still sore. He's still sore right now from Saturday's escapades with the other dogs. Uh, so I told my wife, I said we're gonna have to like look up joint. I know there's some stuff you can feed your dogs for like joint medicine for as they're like getting older. He's gonna need it. Javi says give him raw pig ears. It hypes dogs up. Yeah, I'm thinking about trying to I'm thinking about taking a picture here of what I found and show you guys. Give me a second here. I'll try to upload it. Hold on one second. I have to doctor the picture a little bit because I'm pretty sure my wife won't appreciate me like posting everything in this picture for whatever reason it may be. You know, it's nothing. It's not like any kind of like weird tray stuff or anything. It's just more or less the I could probably let's see here. This is not. This I promise. It's not. It's nothing crazy. Let's see. How do I change this? Yeah, that's probably good. Just decided to like just lay there. All right, done. Let me upload it to Discord and then I'll pull it up and show you guys. Oops. Food Dog says glucosamine, chondroitin, and rejoice. All right, cool. Um, I'm not gonna be able to remember that. You'll have to like write me a message somewhere or something because I can't remember that stuff. Hold up a second here. Where the heck is my? I can never find. Oh, there we go. Okay. You guys get to see that I don't make my bed. That's what you're gonna get to see here. Or I'm just gonna blame Bruno. I'm gonna blame Bruno for unmaking the bed. That's what I'm gonna. Yeah. It was the dog. The dog decided to unmake the bed, and it was definitely made. This is Bruno. I had to cut off a little bit of his head on this picture here, but this is Bruno laying sideways on our bed last night, just laying there like, what the heck, man? why are why are you taking up my entire why are you taking up my entire bed sideways? This is my side over here. And so I'm like pushing his butt. I'm like, get out of my side. I need some room over here. Quit laying sideways on my bed like this. And so I sent that to Melissa last night. I was like, Bruno's not moving again. All right, let me see what you guys are saying here. ZZZ says, Casey, do you think it's possible that reverse split would be a way for hedgies to wash all the shares before distribution with the help of the DTCC? No, I do not. And I think anybody who's making those kind of claims is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I don't think they understand how the market works. And then the other thing too is that there's also people out there that are suggesting that they're going to be able to close out all their positions with the conversion and the reverse split, and that's not possible either. Doug says, how do you grow a beard and get past that damn itching? Dude, it was so hard, man. Everybody always used to tell me when it gets to a certain length it just stops itching. It's true, but I don't remember at what point that happened. And it was way longer than it should have taken to get to that point. In other words, like I guess what I'm trying to say is that by the time I had like what I would say is like a full grown beard, like when I was a real boy, when I got to a real man, it did stop itching at some point, but it never. It was far too long. It took way too long for that to happen. I don't have a stash, The Lion King, so it was really just the playing with the other dogs that. Dude, preacher, I used the beard oil, probably not as religiously as I should, but I did use it, and it didn't do anything for me. Ollie says, "How old are you?" 46. Yeah, I'm not really cool with that either, Sam. Like calling people out for being a certain religion doesn't it happens. Yeah, that's it's not. I'm not really cool with it either. Yeah, I don't think that it's relevant. I don't think that I think that that's a very dangerous road that you're going down there, Sam, and is not very. Um, I'm not cool with it. Just checking to see if there's any other news out. I do want to watch come this Thursday. I want to watch. Actually, I'm not sure which one I want to watch. There's two different Fed meeting talks that are being aired on Thursday, and I think the one. I guess maybe I should let you guys maybe decide on this, and maybe we'll vote on this tomorrow. But starting on Thursday, there's two different. Um, Actually, we could watch them both. On Thursday this week, there's Governor Christopher J. Waller talking about at Global Interdependence Center, cryptocurrency and the future of global finance, University of Florida, Saratoga, Manatee, Sarasota, Florida. That's at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And at 3 p.m., Governor Michelle W. Bowman is talking at the Fed Listens event hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, Odessa College, Odessa, Texas. And I kind of want to listen to both of those on Thursday. So I feel like Thursday might be a little bit of a listening day. But Michelle Bowman is also talking at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Considerations for a central bank digital currency at the Pissarro Center for Financial Markets and Policy event, Georgetown University McDonough School of Business, Washington D.C. I'm hoping that I can find a place where I could stream that, but I don't. It doesn't look like they're posting anything here. I'm gonna have to do some research and trying to find a link for that. But those are kind of. I feel like there's something, maybe something worth listening to. Give me 1 second here, guys. I want to check something out real quick. Um, All right. Let's see here. Howie says, "Is your mom still meeting in or living in San Diego?" She is. Sam, I don't know, man. My wife seems open to the idea of moving out of the state. Um, but she's lived here her whole life, and I took her to Colorado and California since we've been married, and she liked both. And she seems open to the idea of moving. The problem that I find, Sam, is that a lot of people are open to the idea, but then become homesick when they haven't moved their entire life. So I have a feeling that I need to. It's almost like I need to just buy a second home, a second home someplace else, and then just be like, okay, well, if we got to go back, we'll go back, and when you need to spend time with family or whatever, we can go back whenever we need to, and that kind of a thing. But or we can visit for holidays or I don't know what. But Deb says Tennessee is great. That's actually my brother moved to Tennessee for a little bit and was over there. He's actually back in San Diego again, but I don't think I would move to San Diego. The one thing that I don't like about it is that the there's no seasonal changes. I mean there are, but it's not like it's not like Colorado. You know, you don't get your good 4 seasons in. And Colorado even still doesn't have that great of a summer, but I mean, at least you have a summer season. San Diego, it's just summer all time with some cold days. But Javi says we are meeting in La Jolla Thursday to meet Adam Aaron. Can she go? I can ask her. Jared says, why not move to Kansas City? It's never actually. My dad a long time ago said Kansas City was a great place. It's never been on my list of places that I wanted to move to. I'm kind of leaning towards like a Colorado, or I'm also thinking North Carolina. I've been through North Carolina, but I've never actually stopped and visited. And I'd like to. There's a specific area in North Carolina that I want to check out and see if it's someplace that I'd like to live. I could definitely move to Colorado though. That's actually been a lifelong dream of mine is to move to Colorado. Robert says in some parts of Colorado you get all 4 seasons in one day. Arthur says Virginia, damn it. You know what, Arthur? I like Virginia. I actually really do like Virginia. There's nothing wrong with it. I would maybe consider it, but I don't. I would consider Virginia. Yeah, Edward, that's what I'm looking at. Western North Carolina. Asheville is exactly the area. You said just avoid Asheville at all costs. That's actually where I was looking to go is Asheville. I want to visit because I've heard some good things about it, so that's where I was planning on going to visit. Oh, Hazel, Arizona. I lived there for a long time in Arizona, and every year that I lived there, I swear it took a year. It took I want to say it took like a tenth of a year off my life living there. It sucks it right out of you. It just sucks the life out of you. It's the heat. I don't know anybody can live like that their whole life there. Stay away from the cities. Noah says, move to Iowa or like Texas, but smaller and more, and you have weather. That's the we actually do, believe it or not, we actually have some seasonal changes around here, but they're not as severe as I would like to see. Like I would like to see we get snow here maybe once every 3 or 4 years, or maybe once a week a year, and it's very quick dusting or whatever, and then that's about it. And then sometimes we have like a huge blizzard that rolls through for like a week every 4 years or so. But there's no real like major. I would have to go more north. I think I would have to be like in the Dallas area to get the full 4 seasons here in Texas, which I could do. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I just need hills for skiing, and then I'd be all set to go. And there's nothing like that up there. So I need some place I can move to where I can get some skiing in. I want to go back out and ski. And I'm not talking water, or at least the frosty kind of water. I lived in Alexandria, Virginia, most of my younger life, Sam, and I don't ever remember it being. I don't remember. I remember there being some humid times, but I don't ever remember it being anything like Houston or Florida. So I was okay with the humidity there. It didn't bother me all that much. Jathan says, anything you do, avoid Northwest Indiana. I've been around, and that's the armpit of America. Thank you. I appreciate that. And by the way, Deb, Tennessee, my brother said is a great place to live. He really enjoyed it while he was there. Um, I think he picked that place out of all the places to move to. Uh, from San Diego, that was where he chose to go. Sam says skiing is how you get hurt. Not if you're an avid skier. I mean, yeah, it kills your knees. But you know what though? I love skiing, man. Um, Man, I tell you, Glenn, I can only imagine when I was a kid. I lived there as a kid, and traffic was bad. I can only imagine what it's like now. Big Bear in California is nice. I've skied it before. And by the way, guys, I actually enjoy the humidity in Florida. I know I just kind of sounded like I was like a downer on it, but um, Doug says, "Be careful, Casey. Things get a bit more tricky when you get older." But trust me, man. I've seen Bruno hang out with two little young pups, and next thing you know, he can barely walk. Yeah, I know things get, but I've seen some older people ski hills before, Doug. So I think just slowing the pace down and just enjoying the skiing run instead of trying to be the fastest one down the hill is sometimes what it's all about. And I really that's the part that I enjoy the most about skiing is just kind of getting outdoors and enjoying the environment and the scenery and the smells and the afternoon hot cocoa when you're freezing your butt off from having rode 10 or 12 ski lifts for the first half of the day, and getting that nice hot luncheon and a hot cocoa, get back out there hitting the hills till the place closes down, and then by the way, I have a ritual. Most ski towns that I've ever been to have an A&W root beer. Now this has probably changed a lot in the last since COVID, and I haven't been skiing since COVID. So, uh, but a lot of towns have A&W root beer. Ski towns have A&W root beer, and I have this religious ritual of going to an A&W root beer, and after we hit the ski slopes, I go there and I buy a hot plate of fries and a root beer float. Because of course you need to have you gotta do some calories after that all that burning. So it's like a religious experience for me. Must have the fries and a root beer float. CNW says I lived in Asheville for 21 years. I left 3 years ago. Changed so much. Doesn't sound like for the better. GameStop says after 3 weeks in Florida, you adapt to the humidity. Visiting now in the Midwest, and I can't handle the dry air. I actually love the humidity in Florida. I don't like it in Houston. The humidity in Houston was just absolutely horrific. I don't know why, but in Florida it was great. I loved it. I love walking out of your hotel room and instantly start dripping sweat. And I'm not even kidding. I think it's a unique experience. Sam says my sister had her wedding at Lake Tahoe. Well, that's beautiful. Beautiful place. I agree. Gwyneth Paltrow skiing, huh? That sounds dangerous. All right, it's 9:59, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I think the difference. I'm not 100% certain because I got to go back to Florida and see because it's been a long time since I've been. But I think the big difference for me between Florida and Houston, like any part of Florida, I've only really mainly been to Orlando, so I can't really speak for anywhere else. But in Orlando, I think what was nice about the humidity is that there's a breeze, right? And as long as you've got a breeze with the humidity, who cares, Because that's what your sweat's supposed to do. It's supposed to cool you off. So it was never all that bad. I actually enjoy it. But when I went to Houston, it was just smoking hot, no breeze whatsoever, and just crazy tons of humidity. It was just the most god awful experience ever. I was just like, I can't take this. There's no way I could ever live here. I don't know how they do it. I'm glad that it's not that humid here in Austin. Ed Sawyer says, "Yeah, I lived in Asheville for 32 years. It's changed drastically. Just too political and polarized there now. Had to dip out." I'm thinking about living on the outskirts of Asheville, but again, like I said, I got to go visit first before I make any decisions. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Um, don't have to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange and EDGX to be about 10 to 11, or sorry, 11 to 12%. And we've got 54.48% going through off exchange and 12.98% going through EDGX. That's 67.46% higher. Sorry, that's total 67.46% and about 7.46% higher than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 1.85%, so pretty low numbers. On Ape, we've got 49.84%, and EDGX is sitting at 6.38. Man, off exchange is being used very, very similarly to what AMC used to be used like a long time ago. So because it's hitting all the right numbers today, the combined total is 56.22%. That is a little bit lower. It's about 3.8% lower than it should be by this time of the day. But that's mainly because the EDGX volume is pretty low, which just means that there's not a whole lot of options trading going on, which I completely understand why that is. There's not really much of one there. CHX has 0.01% of the total daily volume going through there with a 30-day average of 0.12, so nothing unusual. And GME's CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.28, so nothing unusual in that either. On AMC, we have so far for the day-to-day on Ortex being reported 1.28 million shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 26.17%. Cost per min's at 1.04, average is 324.59, and max is 359.06. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 190.87 million shares on loan. That is 560,000 shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. And Ortex is estimating that about 155,000 of that was in closed short interest. On Ape, 1.01 million. It was 1 million shares having been returned an hour ago. It's 1.01 now, so not really much of a change. Leaving that short share interest, the free float at 5.68%. Only one loan's been done for the day to day, so the cost per hour, min, max, and average are all 10.49%. Shares on loan increased by 100,000 shares day over day from Friday to today to 31.3 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike. That is still the case. It went from 6.3 thousand contracts to 10.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is now at a $5 strike. That's up from 4.5. Looks like the market is suggesting that we may not be seeing price dropping down as low as we were originally looking at the beginning of the day today. It went from 6.2 thousand contracts at 4.5 an hour ago to 8.6 thousand contracts at 5. Market suggesting a closing price now somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today, making my $4.99 looking kind of shabby right now. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we currently have a combined total of $6.86. We are getting the consolidation. I've got a breakout occurring potentially by the end of the day. By the end of the day tomorrow, it could always happen before that, but I think there's going to be some consolidation. I wouldn't put it past seeing a double bottom here on at least 663, if not a test of this ascending level of support that we have showing up here. But as it stands right now, we haven't even seen a retest of 663 yet for combined price. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on here. AMC was on the list earlier, but has fallen off the list due to low volume. And Ape and GME are not on this list as well. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $4.61 for AMC. SSR is on after it triggered from last Friday. It's also on for today as well. Ape triggers at 1.494, and shares available to borrow is currently at 350,000 shares. Looks like they borrowed another 50,000 shares so far this morning. We're now at 350,000 shares. It's pretty elevated. 233.6% fees for borrowing. NASDAQ is down 0.13, Dow Jones is up 0.06, the S&P 500 is down 0.05. We have 3,522 advancers to 2,677 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Let's see what we got going on here with the banks. I'm only going to be reading off anything plus or minus 5 or 3%. Credit Suisse is down 5.6%. Silvergate's up 5.2. This is really close. Douche is down 2.81. Coinbase is down 6%. Let's see here. That's about it. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 2.5%. US dollar is up 0.65. Oil is down 1.56. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.51 to 0.66, and the SPY is down 0.04. Starting to see the SPY head a little bit red here. Give me just 1 second. Nice. Sorry, I had to look at my paper trade real fast. I was like, if the market's starting to head down, I gotta watch this. So I gotta keep a sharp eye on this for the day to day. I'm kind of expecting to see like a reversal here, and in the market, so I gotta watch out for it, and I don't want to get caught in the market moving down quickly. Let's see here. Taking a look at VIX is up 1.46. VBR is up 0.32. VB is up 0.32. Tesla is down 0.16. Amazon is down 0.03. Cinemark is up 2.86. Doge is up 1.14. Bitcoin is down 2.82. GME is down 0.36. HYMC is down 1.09. NCMI is up 9.4. Hood is down 3.35. Ape is down 2.41. And AMC is up 2.25. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $730,000 more inflow than outflow, roughly. 7 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day, which is extremely low volume after 99 minutes of trading. Which puts us on a pace for 27.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares, and so far we're heading on that pace. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 49.73, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we did finally get that divergence of more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.21, and this all happened within the last 2 hours. And RSI is at, I think I already said this, 48.21 was its average. 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 53.39, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 54.93, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 6.08 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 100 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 23.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.09, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last hour, and RSI at 48, with more selling pressure, by the way. RSI is at 48.83, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.15, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 45.16, which is just slightly below average. Ape is at $1.615, up or down rather 2.71. AMC is up 2.26 at 524. Give me just a minute here. I want to finish looking at this. I want to finish looking at this real quick. My paper trade that I got going on here. Okay, I'm good. Hazel says AMC's earnings are on Cinco de Mayo. Hope we have a good reason to make a toast. Hazel, we already kind of talked about maybe doing like margaritas that morning because the earnings report is early in the morning that day. So I think we might do like an early. What day is that? What day of the week is that? Friday. Perfect day. It's a perfect day to be doing that. So maybe we'll do a little bit of early drinking that day. Maybe I'll convince my wife that we should maybe get some good Mexican food the night before, so I have some extra to last me into the next day. We have a place here called Chewy's that makes this amazing jalapeno ranch dip, and mm, it's so good to buy like a quart of it and bring it home. ABC says, interesting. I noticed that as cost of borrow soars to high levels, you see a massive increase in deep in the money puts being purchased. And do you know why that is? Any reason why you think that might be, ABC? What I would challenge you to do is to verify if whether or not there's large quantities of call options on the other side of those puts as well. No. 1796 Patriot? No. It's it's actually none of the above on your answers, ABC. So one, if somebody takes the other side to their position, um, if you take a look at it, um, well, let me pull it up on here real quick. Hold on a second, because it's just easier to show than it is to talk about it and like not have like a reference of what's happening. But somebody's taking the other side to the call options, and these options we watched them roll in over the last week or so. But the call options that are open interest for at a $10 strike is more than what it is for the put side. So very deep in the money puts that were created, and somebody took the other side to that at $10 strike. And in a sense, I think what's occurring right here is I think they're trying to price out uh, investors from being able to create a position by affecting implied volatility by purchasing those. That's number one, right? So how do you stop a gamma? You price everybody out from being able to make money on a position in options should price run. Second, if you needed to exercise your position in order to collect on shares to deliver shares, then you would probably buy in the money puts uh, in order to, at the end of this, you could exercise those contracts and deliver on shares as you would collect on them. And so in this particular case, 107,981. I don't know why I can't just do the math in my head, but I can't all the time for whatever reason. I just kind of added two zeros, but that's about 10.8 million shares. And if somebody were to exercise every single one of those, they would wind up with about 10.7, almost 10.8 million shares. Now, the interesting thing about that is that if you look back more recently on the failure delivers, which by the way, those are supposed to report today, I believe. In fact, I should probably check them and see if they have. But if you go back in history and look and see, give me 1 second while I pull this up. That just so happens to be really close to how many shares were due not too long ago. There's about 10.8 million shares that were due back on 3/28, just a little about a half month ago. So there's a very good chance you can see there's 11.8 here, 10.7, 10. I have a feeling that there's some failure to delivers that are going to be occurring in the near future that are going to equal that we don't know about yet because we haven't gotten the reporting for it. But when they do show up, we'll probably be in that same range, in that 10 million range. And so this would be a way for somebody to be able to collect those shares to be able to deliver on those if needed. So I was going to pull up. There was something I was going to pull up here next. Son of a gun. There's something I was going to pull up on this. Oh yeah, failure delivers. Okay, they haven't reported yet. I don't think. Yeah. Maybe? No. We should get the next 15-day reporting. Let me refresh this one more time just to make sure. We should be getting those numbers at some point today. I think the report's today. But we should be getting up until April. We should get up to March 31st data. I think it's today. Today should be the reporting day. Let me count here. One. It's I don't know. I thought it was supposed to be today. But we should be seeing the next failure to deliver report coming out here soon. Is it? So here's the thing, ABC, and this is an implied this is an accusation. This is not an accusation. This is not an accusation of guilt at all. But if somebody were to say, hey, look, if you do this, if you take the other side to this, then I'll take the other side to yours. So you make a position on the put side, and I'll make a position on the call side, and and then you make a position on the put side, and I'll accept that other side to that call position. So if you had multiple different entities that were like perhaps maybe working in combination to basically make a net sale wash for their positions that they were placing, then it would just simply be a way of shuffling shares around. But it would, somebody would have to coordinate that. Um, I'm making an allegation that somebody would be coordinating that, making positions like that, which I'm not doing. I'm saying somebody could be. No, that's not. It wasn't a dumb question. It's just we noticed this. I think it was a week or two ago when these positions started being created, and they all popped in exactly at the same time, right? Like we literally watched thousands of contracts get created all at once at the same exact time, and And it was such a big jump in volume that we saw that occurred that it was really, really obvious, and that something happened all at the same time. Arthur says they're playing three-card Monty with their positions, essentially. I mean, it's if you want to like really like take it down to like a very basic level and say like what would it look like or what would it be like, that's essentially what that's it. Censored content says sometimes personal phones are used at work, and that's all he is saying. And some erroneous, is that the right term? Some potentially um, shady websites. Weren't they making backdoor deals on like man, I can't remember the name. I think it was Grinder or something like that, right? Weren't they making some like they found out that they were using like Grinder to communicate back and forth? Nobody will look here. Pantheon does okay. Pantheon's confirming it was Grinder. They couldn't get access to personal Grinder accounts to investigate. Wow. I did not know this, Pantheon. That's news to me. I hadn't heard this. Edward Sawyer says, "Laugh out loud, backdoor deals on Grinder." Why did I never put that two and two together? I never even thought about the the connotations behind it. Wow. I mean, hey, where would you do backdoor deals? I know. Somebody says, I have an idea. Oh man. With mayo. I think I'm going to end the. I've got 357 votes, and who doesn't love a 357? So that's probably a good place to end it. Looks like Rounders is going to be our movie trivia for the day today, and then I'm going to put up the other poll for the movie for tomorrow. So Rounders it is for the day today, which is good because I've been watching a lot of Rounders clips lately. I don't know why, but they popped up on my feed for some reason on YouTube. And let me scroll back up and get this. Down to here. So we're going to go ahead and take out Rounders. Guys, we have 6 movies left to choose from here before we're done with our list that you guys made. So we're not too far away from getting done here. About a week and a half, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put up the new poll. All right, so we're gonna go with what were the choices? You had Rounders, Clueless, Heat, and Norbit. I think Norbit. Okay, so it's gonna be Dog Day Afternoon. Uh, Devil's Advocate. Heat, and Clueless. You're like, wait a minute, Clueless was just on the list. Yeah, well, that's how it works. When we're getting down to the nitty gritty here, that is how it works. You're gonna start seeing some of the same movies making the list again. All right, Dog Day Afternoon, Devil's Advocate, Heat, and Clueless are now your movie choices for tomorrow. Gensler just tweeted about charging Bittrex, which left the U.S. markets, by the way. But I guess lets the prime brokers run amok. Hold up a second. Okay, I want to see that. That's I've been waiting to see some kind of news like this. Hold up, checking this out. Let's look up bull. Just for historical uh, relevance, we'll put up good old Gazer Beam Gary here. While I read his tweet, because it makes you feel good when you get to see a face and wait, when I'm reading somebody's tweet here. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. Today's action yet again makes okay. So let me scroll down a little bit here. It looks 26 minutes ago he posted something. So first it was the U.S. 48 minutes ago, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission posted, today we charge crypto asset trading platform Bittrex Incorporated and its CO founder and former CEO William Shihara for operating an unregistered national securities exchange broker and clearing agency. By the way, just throwing this out there, for those of you who do not know, because this may be kind of some interesting information for you, ComputerShare also was caught doing this way back in the day. And when they were caught, the punishment was that they were no longer able to trade in the marketplace ever again. But they were allowed to continue to be what you now know as a direct registry. And so they've actually, and in a sense, when I was reading through the documentation, I was like, oh, so essentially the SEC turned ComputerShare into the bitch for the market by basically not allowing them to continue to trade in the marketplace. The very interesting. Thank you, transfer agent. Thank you. Sorry, Pantheon. Yeah, you're right. Transfer agent. I got it wrong. The interesting thing about this is that if the same type of events occur, right? If you think about this for a second here, if the same type of events, if this is going to be the new stance on the government side on how they're going to deal with cryptocurrencies, this very well could be the way that it leads into basically gaining control or taking control over a crypto market, and then basically forcing it to be the bitch for the SEC. Essentially the same way that ComputerShare was. Now, also another very interesting thing is that when you go out there, you can actually still buy shares. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but you can buy shares through ComputerShare, right? You go out there, you give them your money, and then they go out and have somebody else make the purchase for you. And to me, that still sounds like a broker deal, which I think is really, really kind of interesting because that's not supposed to be happening. They shouldn't be allowed to be making trades in the marketplace, and yet you're buying through them, which shouldn't be the case. They should be exempted. I would think they would be exempted by that. Glenn says Bittrex Global is the one who had security tokens, not Bittrex US. Glenn's saying all U.S. brokers will move offshore. And I think, hold on one second here, let me pull this up. I think I might have, if I'm not mistaken, I think I have, yes I do. I've been saving this for some time now. In case you want to read up on what it is that I just stated to be true, because I don't really like giving you guys, just trust me bro type stuff. It's really interesting. It's a really interesting read there, and what occurred back in 2006 with SEC and ComputerShare. It's a very, very excellent read. In fact, if you want to skip down straight to the, let me see here. I'm looking to see which one. There's a section to this that you can kind of read on. It's only 9 pages long. It's really not that much reading. But one of the best places I think to start from is the background. And it's only about a paragraph long. In fact, I'm just going to read it real quick. ComputerShare has agreed to consent to the entry of an order without admitting or denying the findings in which the Commission finds that it violated sections 15A1, a bunch of different things that they list off. With respect to section right? The Commission finds that since June 2000 to the present, ComputerShare has acted as a broker in connection with its administration of stock plans by engaging in the business of effecting securities transactions and the stock plans with U.S. resident investors. With respect to the section that they violated, the Commission's find that from June 2000 through April 14, 2004, ComputerShare acted as a transfer agent as defined by Section 3A25 of the Exchange Act for approximately 260 companies that have securities. Registered under Section 12 of the Exchange Act, at the time of this activity, ComputerShare was not registered as a broker or a transfer agent as required by those Exchange Acts, respectively. Effective April 14, 2004, ComputerShare registered with Commission as a transfer agent. ComputerShare has not registered with Commission as a broker. Pursuant to the Commission order, ComputerShare will be censured and ordered, among other things, to cease and desist from future violations of those acts. And then it goes into other talking about other. When you read through it, you sit there and you're like, "Holy crap!" They basically just SEC just turned them into their bitch. That's essentially what happened, and so now it is what it is. But it's pretty interesting read there, taking you back in history a little bit. Currently, Ape is down 2.37% at 1.621, and AMC is up 1.86 at $5.22. The combined total of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.84. Clueless is getting big votes right now, beating out the competition for it looks like you guys are trying to get the pain out of the way, which I don't blame you. To be honest, and this is just from my opinion, guys, out of the movies that are left here, Clueless is probably the worst one of the of the ones that are left. What do we got here? Four, 5, 6 movies left. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 movies left here. I think Clueless might be the most, and I actually like that movie. I mean, Reese Witherspoon's one of my favorites, but it's not something that's going to exercise the noodle at all. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. Oh yeah, I forgot to go back to his tweet. What did he say here? Hold on a second. Gary's tweet says today's action yet again makes plain that the crypto markets suffer from a lack of regulatory compliance, not a lack of regulatory clarity. I'm curious to go. Part of me really wants to go through and find like the biggest crypto personality out of all of the comments on here and see what it is that they had to say this. I went to the very first one that I. Let me see. Let me make sure this is a crypto personality. Oh yeah, it definitely is. This is a big. This is a big one here. And they put this you with a naked rat, a naked mole, a furless mole on the page here saying this you. And then let's see here. Moving down, let's see if I can find another one. Let's find another good comment in here on good old Gazer Beam's comment. Let's see. We've got who is this? Let's see. This is one of ours, one of our guys. That's not going to be a crypto guy. Let's see. I'm looking for whoever's got like a huge amount of views on their. Oh, this is a big one. Crypto related, unfiltered insights on crypto and finance. Definitely crypto. Not as big as that last account, but they put was this complaint, sir, SER? Was this compliant? Oh, this is compliant. Hmm. Who posted this? There's some funny things in here, guys. There's some really funny things that people are posting in as the comments in here. And some of them are like definitely not appropriate for work. Oh, this is good. This is posted by Miller. It's kind of about it doesn't have anything specifically related. I'm not sure if he pulled this from someplace else or where he got this from originally, but let me copy this real quick here and just show you. Oh, Bruno's knocking at the door. He's still outside. I think he was enjoying his day out there. Let's see here. We've got Gensler debates Gensler SEC authorities. Let's see here. We have we need additional congressional authorities to prevent transactions, products, and platforms from falling between regulatory cracks, which is a quote from August 3rd, 2021. Then he says here, I feel that we have enough authority. I really do in this space. December 7th, 2022. There is no federal authority to actually bring a regime to the crypto exchanges. The SEC will be working with Congress if they see fit to try to bring some protection. May 7th, 2021. Here he says, I look forward to working with crypto intermediaries looking to come into compliance with the laws. Right now, there's not a market regulator around these crypto exchanges. But I really do suggest to these intermediaries, these storefronts, these casinos, if you wish, to work with SEC to get into compliance. I think that it's only Congress that really addresses whether to bring greater investor protection to the crypto exchanges, and the legislative priority should be centered on crypto trading versus I've got one goal is that these platforms come into compliance. They can do that appropriately working with the SEC, or we can continue on course with the enforcement actions. And I would have to say that the runway is getting shorter. Most of these words in here are all from 2021, and all of these over here are from 2022. What a difference a day may. No, oops. Drawn pictures. Always drawn pictures. Circles. You see what you want, Yukon. Just saying. Wait. Is Gary Gensler still up on the screen? Oh, he sure is. Thanks, Gary Gensler. Appreciate you. Have a good one. DJ, how's it going? Good to see you. Got about 15 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. Ape is down 1.95% at 1.628. AMC is up 1.46% at 520. Not a whole lot of activity going on right now in regards to the market. The SPY is currently down 0.27, taking a little bit of a dip here from 412 down to 411. Oh, I wanted to take you guys over to SPX real quick here. We are getting ultra close to the time where I have projected a potential breakout, and I'm not convinced that it's going to be the top side on this, guys. I really am not convinced on that. The SPY has been performing in such a way that makes me feel like there's going to be downwards momentum. It did retest off this descending level of resistance here quite well. But the one thing that I really want to point out here is for an extra point for the day-to-day, can anybody tell me what this candle was from Friday? For a point for the day-to-day. This is on a daily chart, by the way. Doji for a point for Remtaco is correct. What does a doji represent, Remtaco? One point for Remtaco for the week. Always Learning says, I said it first. Always Learning, doji candle. Yep, you did say it first. Sorry. Sorry about that. Give you a point. That was my bad. I didn't see it. Your name's too long. Point. I got you down. Yes, change of a trend is correct. That is absolutely right, Round Belly. Casey, that is right. And so if you notice here, we had this trend to the top side here, and we got the doji candle kicking in right at the top of this level of resistance, and that means that a trend and change in price is going to be kicking in here. Now I called the 41.50 top on this, and we hit 41.63, so I was about 13 points off. But it is, you still got a point, Rem Taco. I made a mistake, but he did call it first before you did. He was right. But yeah, we have moving down price now. At least, and in the doji candle here, I think I mean, this is, I really can't quite honestly think of a better textbook doji candle than that one. I mean, this I wouldn't even really call a doji candle, but it kind of almost looks a little bit like one when you saw the reverse in the other direction. And you can see it here. You can see a doji can. This isn't really a doji candle here. Where was the other one that I saw? I was looking at this the other night, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty evident. I don't remember where the other one was that I saw, but this is very much a doji candle right here. You can't get any more clear to that than what that's showing there. And this is showing signs for a reversal and trend in which direction this is going now. Of course, I can't see volume on SPX, but I can on SPY. And so if we come back over and we take a look at the SPY here, on the page, you can see on volume, you can see, oops, let me go back to a daily on the SPY here. So the daily on the SPY, what we've got happening right now is we've got, well, I've got a lot of noise in here. So the breakout obviously was a little bit earlier than I anticipated right here. I had the box set for right here and thought that might be where the price might break out. So let me get rid of this and this so you can actually see the trend that's being developed right here. But we're at the very top of this very long wedge. And as of right now, I think we're kind of like in this this period of time where we're drawing a little bit of an ascending broadening wedge out of this, right? And so when you see an ascending broadening wedge, you know the price is going to start dropping out of this. And not only did we print the doji, we print the doji over here on the SPY as well. I mean, which would make sense. It should print the same thing. So we got a doji candle over here for Friday as well, hitting off of 415. And so now you're starting to see a reversal. Now, which way was the trend as you had price rising? There was a consistent, I would say, a consistent falling in price as the price was rising, right? Price rising, volume falling. And now you've got now you have price starting to fall, and volume is not necessarily larger yet. But when it does break out of this ascending parallel channel, which I would expect is going to be in very short time from now, especially if we go back to the XBX chart, you'll see that we're getting really close to that break point where I think that's going to break down outside of the wedge. This next drive down should drive it down through here. That downwards momentum is going to carry through on the SPY here and push us through that ascending broadening wedge, and it's going to get that price to move down. And once you see it break this right here, I have a feeling you're going to see large quantity of volume kicking in as price is moving downwards. So it's not quite there, but it's really, really, really super close. So let me go get Bruno real quick. He wants to come in. I'll be right back. Okay. Anyways, just showing you guys some stuff that I was looking at over the weekend. Uh, for what? Thank you for what? I didn't do anything. Just telling you what I see, man. It's not, you don't gotta thank me for that. That's free. Doesn't cost you nothing to hear what I have to say. But if the market's, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see if we get that big move in a couple days from now. I think we could be really, really close to seeing a significant move. I don't want to say too large because I really think that it has to have like it's got to have um, going back to the daily on the SPY here. It's got to have some room to kind of drop and then settle for a little bit first, like a retest of maybe perhaps like I guess I would say I'll actually throw a line in here. I'm going to throw in a line. We'll say it's going to retest about 389 or 390-ish on SPY. So we'll put in a horizontal line here right at about that retest point, right at about 389. And so I think what's going to happen is you're going to see I think you're going to see the SPY break out of this. And I wouldn't expect more than a couple points per day, maybe. Maybe like four. I don't know. I'm going to guess like 3 to 6 points per day, maybe, as it's heading down to 389. So if it breaks, let's say it breaks within the next 2 days or day. Let's say it breaks tomorrow. If it breaks tomorrow, then it would probably take. If it broke tomorrow, it'd have to be at around 407, which means today would have to end at about 410. So if we ended the day at 410 on the SPY and then tomorrow at 407 and broke through that, the first leg would be probably pretty big, and then it would kind of slow down a little bit. 3 to 6 points, 4 to 7 points, somewhere around that per day. We're probably looking at like before testing 389, it would probably. I'm gonna guess. It's like 21, 22 points, 7 days. 5 days maybe, 5 to 7 days. Let's put that in. Let's assume that it breaks out Wednesday, going down. Wednesday going down, and we'll say 5 days from then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be 426. So I'm going to draw a little box here, and we'll see how close we can get this on 426. I'm going to say a retest of 390, basically 389 to 390, and then if it breaks through that, if it doesn't find support at that 389, guys, and it decides to break below that, then it's going to break out of this really long wedge, super long wedge, and that's going to be that next big downwards move on the SPY, and could potentially be the one that breaks the 366 and 350 number that I've been waiting for so long to see have happen. That's what I'm going with. AMC Panda is scratching his chin. Don't know why, but it's okay. We don't have to agree. I'm entitled to my opinion, and you're entitled to yours. No problem. All the ones that Randall Cornett put out, no, I haven't read a single one of those yet. I need to go through and read It sounds like he spent the entire weekend doing it, so I can only imagine how long it's going to take me. In regards to, and quite frankly, I wouldn't even feel comfortable talking about old noisy news like that unless I had read through it all, which is why I love what Randall Cornett said about it. If you haven't read it, don't talk about it. So the Big Tramp's saying, by when, Casey, you think the SPY might dip mid-May, early June? So, I mean, how far are you looking? Like, what kind of a dip are you looking for? Because I mean, based off of what I'm seeing here, uh, I mean, as of right now, I'm drawing out a box here for a dip out below, or at least a retest of 390 by about April 26th. And if it breaks past that, and makes a hard break past say, like 385, it could be retesting 366 and 356 as early as the beginning of May, beginning to mid-May. Because you got to figure the market's not going to move. For the market to move, like I would say that anywhere from like a 3 to 5% move is a big move for the market, right? Down, especially. So like, can you imagine having like back-to-back 3 and 5% days down? I can't. It's like it doesn't really happen all that much. So if it did happen, it would be pretty impressive, right? You'd be pretty shocked to see movement like that. And so if you, in regards to where we're sitting at price right now, um, I guess um, that's 10 points. You could move as much as 10 points. That is actually, I think that actually is kind of possible. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. That is right. Huh. That's actually 10-point moves a day. 390 down to 360. That would be like 3 days worth of moves. Yeah, middle May. Middle May probably at the latest. But again, like I said, you got to have that break past 390 first. Yeah. Everything will be, this market will decide what on its future at that point in time when it hits 390. If it hits 390 and continues on down, it's going to be sink or swim time. If it hits 390 and rebounds, then we could see a breakout to the top side on this. You could see the market running. So it's all going to hedge. It's all going to hedge, not hedge. It's all going to come down to whether or not it hits 390 and supports or breaks through. I didn't realize that 10 points was. I guess I wasn't really thinking about the numbers correctly. Three to 6 points a day is actually kind of low. It could move as much as 10 points or more. It could get there pretty quick. And if you had a 10% day, shit, that's just that's the whole lump sum in one day. I filed my taxes on Saturday night. I'm good. I'm done. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. I mean, that's literally a 40 point drop, Militia Ape. If it were to do a 40 point drop, I mean that's it could happen in a single day. Which if you saw a 10% drop on the if you saw a 10% drop on the SPY in a single day and it breaks that wedge in that kind of movement or that kind of fashion, then pucker up because geez. That would just be insane. Yeah, I got money back this year. I don't like paying my taxes ever, Hazel. I used to work with a lot of coworkers who manage their taxes in a way, and I don't know if they still do it, or I don't think they can do it this way anymore. But they used to basically like claim exemptions that were higher than what they should have been claiming. I think they can get in trouble for it, but they would claim exemptions higher, and then what they would do is they would pay. Um, I want to say they would pay on the go like every quarter or something like that, and they rather pay and keep their money in their pocket than give up extra money at the end of the year. I don't like doing that. It's too much management for me. It's 11:05, guys. I think it's time to take a look at the numbers. I'm going to head on over to the other page, so I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me just a second while I move a couple of screens around. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX exchanges combined. On AMC, there's 51.45% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 12.03. The combined total 63.48%, or about 1.48% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 1.85. That's nothing unusual going on there. Ape has approximately 52.51 or 52.21% higher. Or I'm sorry, guys. My mind went someplace completely different for a minute there, and was just enough to just really throw me off and just be like, just say random stuff, right? All right. Off exchange is at 52.21%. EDGX is at 6.28%. The combined total is 58.49%, or essentially, see, 3.5% lower than it should be. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.12, so nothing unusual going on with that. And CHX for GME is at 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.28, so nothing unusual there. Taking a look at the Ortex, we've got for the day 2.07 million shares having been returned. It was 1.28 an hour ago. With the additional shares having been returned, it's going to lower that estimated short share interest, the free float, to 26.12%. Cost of our amends at 1.04, average is 322.59, and max is at 366.1%. Shares on loan for the day is down day over day by 560,000 shares to 190.87 million shares on loan. That's Ortex is estimated about 155,000 of that was in short interest that was returned. And let me just check failure delivers and see if they got reported, not reported yet. Okay. The next thing on the list here is Ape. An hour ago is 1.01 million shares having been returned. That's still the same. Excuse me. Short share interest, the free float is at 5.68%. There's only been one borrow for the day today, so it leaves the cost borrow max min and average rate at the same at 10.49%. Shares on loan increased by 100,000 shares day over day to 31.3 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago there was 10.3 thousand contracts. There's now 13.6. Highest amount of puts an hour ago was at a $5 strike. It was 8.6 thousand contracts. There's now 10.5. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day today. Combined, the price of AMC and Ape is at $6.82. We are seeing what almost looks like a little bit of an ascending parallel channel here. Let me just check it and see real quick. Does appear that we're on. I've only got 2 touch points on the top. Actually, I got 3. I got 3 touch points on the top. This is on a 15-minute interval, so it's a little. You know, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not. I would rather be looking at a 1 minute or 1 minute or so interval, but we do seem to have a little bit of an ascending parallel channel. I've got 3 touch points on the top, 2 on the bottom. This should break out to the downside when it does break out here, and I think that. I think we're seeing. I think we're seeing it getting really, really close. There's a lot of consolidation going on right now, and I have a feeling the market's about ready to make a break, a real hard break. I mean, you could already see it in the SPY a little bit. It was already starting to kind of head down a little. I think we're going to see a little bit of a move here. Not sure exactly when, but it's getting close. Let's take a look at what we got going on. According to Fidelity, we've got, let's see, orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, or GME. None of them are on the list. Likely due to low volume. SSR is on today for AMC and would trigger again today at $4.61. Ape at 1.494. Shares available to borrow is at 350,000 shares. Looks like they did return some shares and then again borrowed another 50,000 shares this morning. We are now at 400. I think. Let me just make sure the time's right on this. 10. Yeah, we're now at 400,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today, roughly. Fees are still at 233.6%. Actually, you know what? Let me think about this. This is 10. This would have been 9. No, I already counted this 50,000. My bad, guys. It's 350,000 shares. I already counted those an hour ago. Sorry. Let's see here. NASDAQ is currently down 0.39. Dow Jones is up 0.01. The S&P 500 is down 0.2. We have 3,517 advancers to 2,739 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. Banks, I'm only going to read off the ones that are moving the biggest amounts, plus or minus 3%. We've got Credit Suisse down 5.72. Silvergate's up 5.39. Coinbase is down 5.66. Wells Fargo is up 2.93. Charles Schwab is up 3.04. And that's about it. Those are the biggest movers. We have Ethereum Classic down 3.26. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.66. Oil is down 2.44. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.59 to 0.72, and SPY is now down 0.18%. It is kind of leveled off a little bit here, but I think this may break to. We got a little bit of an increasing trend in price with volume falling, which I think is going to lead to potential breakdown in price. Watch for the Bollinger Bands to kind of tighten up here, and then you should see the break. You can see that as price was moving down last time, it hit the bottom side of the Bollinger Bands, which usually means price is going to try to return to the simple moving average, which is what it did. It didn't find the break to the top side or the support that it needed to continue buying pressure, which means it's probably going to retest some of that downwards momentum. Not sure exactly again when that's going to occur, but I'm expecting that here. VIX is up 1.93, VBR is up 0.34, VB is up 0.3, Tesla's down 0.86, Amazon is down 0.59, Cinemark is up 3.04, Doge is down 0.2, Bitcoin is down 3.04 at 29.4K a coin, GME is down 0.8, HYMC is down 1.51, NCMI is up 5.46, Hood is down 3.6, Ape is down 1.81, and AMC is up 1.39%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have about 600,000, a little less than 600,000 dollars more inflow than outflow. 8.73 million shares traded so far. After what do we got? 164 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. We are on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 48, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.32, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have what appears to be a divergence starting to form maybe within the next hour or so, with more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 47.86, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.11, which is slightly below average. And let's see, it looks like they got some news here. Okay. Not reading that. Ape has, let's see, $300,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 7.29 million shares traded so far after 165 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 17.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I think we're on good pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 58.07, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 52.15, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there is equal amounts of buying and selling pressure than RSI of 48.73, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. And RSI is at 52.86, which is average. Bollinger Bands are definitely getting tight here. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. She's about ready to blow. Well, I don't give financial advice here, but I give an opinion. So watch, you know, not sure if you're being serious or not, but you would be wise to be making your own decisions and not necessarily basing it off of what I say. I'm not sure what you're talking about in regards to what I might have said that would have had a YOLO, but I would never ever advise somebody to YOLO anything. Howie Frog, how's it going, man? Good to see you. You know what, guys? I think give me a second here. I gotta do something real quick here. Okay, understood, beer. I won't take you seriously. Man, I can't believe that the FedWatch tool is predicting like an 86.1% chance at a 25 basis point increase. I mean, what I really want to know is what is the I mean, he's got it. I'm sure that the press is going to hammer him about that. I mean, they literally just got done sitting there saying they weren't raising it again, and yet here we are with another 25 basis points now at this point. Yeah, it's like, which is it? Are you not raising? Are you raising? Like, what did you see? What did you hike it harder? AMC Panda says. I know they should have done like a they should have just done a straight up buck 50, right? Like they should have done that a buck 50 like a year ago, and then they should have done another buck 50, like just back to back, and just really basically told the entire marketplace like look, this is it, we're done, no more of this, like this inflation's out of hand here. But of course, they wanted a soft landing, so I don't know. We'll see if we get there. Yay! Active after rolling in saying that the FTDs are here. I knew I, I knew active. I was hoping I could try and catch it before you'd come in and say it. I was really hoping I could catch it. But I don't mind the fact that you come in and remind me. And I'm trying to pull it up right now. Hold on a second. I've really been waiting to see what this is here because I really want to know. No, it's not showing up there. Okay, let me pull it up on the other site that I have. Mhm. No, it's not pulling up there. Let me see. Let me reread what it is that you said. You said available on Chart Exchange. Okay, so let me head over to Chart Exchange. Let's see here. Why is it that they get the numbers before everybody else? Okay, so yeah, okay. I was expecting to see a little bit lower numbers here, but I think we're going to get another big spike again. I think it's going to be right behind these numbers. I think that, and I say it's not a very big amount here, but there is some large amounts of failure to delivers. The biggest quantity hits on 321. There was 6.3 million on 321, but I think there's another big spike rolling in right behind this group starting on the four. I think it was 4.3. Was it 4.3 that we first started trading? Yeah, 4.3. I think there's going to be a big spike that week of 4.3, somewhere between 4.3 and 4.10, maybe 4.14. There should be another spike up again, but 6.3. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking to see what the number. Let me share with you guys. Sorry. It would be nice if we could see. Yeah, let me share this with you guys real quick here. What does that do? Okay. So this is the data here, the new data, and it would have been from the 15th, I think, going forward. So one of the last few numbers to be reported. Let me just verify that I'm getting this right here. Let's see. 314 was one of the last numbers that was reported. It was 1.999 million shares. So everything from 315 up. All this data right in here. And so we basically goes from 2 million in failure delivers down to about 1 million. I mean, back up to 2.7 to 2.6 to 2.2 to 6.3 to 1.7, and I would imagine that it's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would imagine it's probably this time frame right in here from 324 to 331 that would have caused this to maybe be on the threshold list. Very, very possibly. It's probably these dates right here, starting from 328 going forward. So 3.1, 2.4, 4.4, 4.1. Everything above that, all the future numbers that we're going to be seeing at the end of this month, will be the numbers that would probably cause us to go into that threshold list, which is going to be that next spike up that I think that's coming. And this is what it looks like on the chart here. Can't zoom on that. Hold on one second here. So this trend, hold on a second, let me do this again. The building trend that you see in failure delivers when they do something like this is usually the case. You'll see a little bit of a build. So again, hold on a second here. You see a little bit of a build with a little bit of a pullback, another build, pullback, a build, another pullback, another build, and another build, and it always does these cycles, right? And so I think this next one's going to be actually up here. Very possibly. And it might only be for a single day. Like we may, instead of having like a group like you're having in here, we might see a single 1 or 2 days where you have like this big line, and then some subsequently like medium to smaller days around it. So I think that's going to be what's coming up for the future. But this is kind of based off of historical trends from the past for AMC and how failure delivers have accumulated over time. And so if we come and take a look at like Ortex data, same kind of pattern happened before the January run up and before the June run up. Different quantities, but the same type of pattern occurred. Let me see if I can take this down just a tad bit so you can see. I don't want it to break these numbers up here. So same kind of pattern occurs, right? You have stacking building cycles of failure to deliver. So remember this page here, and then we'll just take a look at what it looks like here. You have the cycles. Right, and it builds going into it. And if you look at June, same thing happens. Building cycles. Yep. Max Payne is $7 for this week, Savvy. Steven, in this, you ask that same question like all the time. Like no matter how many times I explain it to you, you always ask the same question. There's a page in here that you can go to in the description of this channel that answers all of those questions for you and how this entire thing works. And it's called let me see, hedge fund playbook. I will copy and paste it to the section here in case you don't want to go over there and check it out. But you ask the same question. And I always say there's no such thing as a dumb question unless you say the same thing or unless you ask it twice. So go read and figure it out, and stop asking the same questions because it doesn't help anything. Just saying, man, you gotta go. You gotta go. I understand it's irritating, but it's just as irritating to hear you repeat yourself on it. And it doesn't help anything. Like, go figure it out and then stop complaining and just realize that it's part of the process. You know what I mean? It doesn't help anything. I understand, man. I totally get it. I know it's frustrating. I really do. I totally get it. But, you know, we're not in control of the price. I wish we were. It'd be amazing if we were. Yep. Go read it. Go read the playbook. And then if it doesn't make sense, ask me questions about the playbook. And I still love you, sir. I'm not throwing you any shade or hate. Shade. Any shade or hate. I said shade. Shade. It's like mixing like hate or and shame or together. Shade. I'm not throwing you any shade. But no, you know, I get it. I totally understand the idea of being frustrated, but your frustration doesn't help anybody else out. You know what I'm saying? So like you need to inform yourself so you can be less frustrated. And that's truly and honestly the only way that you will ever get past your frustration is to understand why it happens the way that it happens. And when you can understand why it happens the way that it happens, you'll feel so much better about it because you're like, you know what, this is just part of what it is. This is how the market does what it does to try and get you to make a position. And when you realize and when you let go of control and understand that there's a process in play here, you'll feel better about it. Casey's throwing 50 shades. You have to put it with a T. Shates. Shades. 50 shades of gray. You know what, Tech We Love? I saw some of those numbers. Somebody was posting it on Twitter, and I wanted to talk about that. Hold on, let me pull it up. Oh my gosh, why am I forgetting the name of that website? Office Mojo. I always forget the name of the stupid site. Box Office Mojo. Hold on a second here. We can do quarterly, right? Let's see here. Filtering by Q1. Oh no, Q2, Q2, Q1, Q2 currently. So the numbers, and I think you already threw out the numbers already here. Optimistic currently 72% higher gross than 2022 with 25.6% more movies with 36.9% more revenue average per movie than 2022. And so if we pull up over Box Office Mojo, and I think I've got this sorted out the way I'm supposed to. If you look at the cumulative gross of, well, I guess we're in Q2 right now. I think I need to be pulling up Q1. We're up 28% from last year. Releases 185. Where was the? It was the second large. No, where was the? I think everybody's pulling like maybe it's the monthly. Is it the monthlies or the quarterlies? April's already outperformed. We're halfway through this month, and April's already outperformed 2022. March outperformed 2022. February outperformed 2022, and January outperformed 2022. So yeah, we're doing pretty good here. In 2023, the total gross so far for the year is at 2.3 billion, with 7.3 being the total amount that was made in 2022. And we're not even halfway through the year yet. We're doing pretty good. Releases are up. Follow me. It's the quarterly on the top. Then you change the buy year to quarter to date. All right, quarterly. Wait, wait, year to date. Quarter to date. Yeah. All right. Cool. I still challenge that question. What's has anybody pulled the data for Top Gun 2 and versus Super Mario Brothers movie and seen what the difference is in regards to like are we still on pace to beat these numbers? I think the last time I saw it, I think Tony was posting it somewhere, but um, I bet you we're still on pace. So the last time that they had a quarter, the last time we've seen numbers that beat these numbers as of right now was never. We've never beat these numbers before. These are some of the highest numbers. You know what? I'm not positive. I have to check and see what Randall's doing. It's my break time. I need to go to break anyways, so I'll probably go check and see what he's putting out there. Let's see here. I just read what Danny wrote in there. Casey without a Snickers. They say there's no dumb question, but that's a dumbass question. Casey with a Snickers. But I still love you, man. Send you the link to the Hedges playbook. Go read, please. Oh man, no, it's. I guess there might be some truth to that. I don't know. I didn't eat a Snickers. It's called tough love. That's what it's called, Danny. It's called tough love, and I'm calling it like I see it. You know, it's like noise cancel. The noise doesn't help. Like, it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't make anything better. It's just complaining. You know, like stop with the noise. Nobody needs it. Nobody wants it. You know, if you don't throw on some headphones. Go listen to some music. Tech We Love says, by domestic numbers, Mario is 8% higher than where Top Gun was in 2022. Jeez. It is killing it. Dude, it was a great family movie. I mean, it was really good for the kids. I'm not trying to like downplay it for adults or anything. It's not a bad movie. My 18-year-old son, or he's not 18, he's 17. My 17-year-old son went to go see the movie with his girlfriend this last weekend, and so when he came back home, he was like, I see what you mean, Dad. And I was like, oh yeah, but did you enjoy it? And he goes, yeah, I really did enjoy it, but I see what you mean about it just being a little bit more for the kids than for the older crowd. And I was like, yeah. I'm like, but it was still good. It was a good movie. We both enjoyed it, and he pointed out some things that I didn't realize. Like, did you guys know that the original Mario voice actor was in the movie? I don't know if you guys know that or not. He told me, he was like, yeah, it was that guy, and I don't want to tell you who it was because I'll let you guys guess. But the original Mario voice actor was in the movie, said some lines, and I was like, oh, that's why they sounded so much like Mario. I registered, I just didn't know. Not only did they milk it in the movie theaters Tech We Love for as long as they did, but they also kept it on a lot of movie screens as well too. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'm leaving a little bit late here, so I'm probably gonna come back just a little bit late. I'll probably be back by 12:20. It's a little bit later than usual. Uh, but Frank Lehman says Star-Lord. I kept forgetting it was Star-Lord the whole time. I really did. I never really. There was a few moments where in there I was like, oh, that's what's his face, Star-Lord. But the rest of the time, I mean, Jack Black, like the whole time I knew it was Jack Black. I could never not hear Jack Black's voice. Donkey Kong being Seth Rogen, I was sitting there thinking the whole time to myself, like, that's definitely Seth. But I didn't really feel that way necessarily um, about the guy that I can't think of his name. It was he did a good job of making me forget who he was. Anyways, I gotta go, guys. I'm gonna go to break. I'll see you guys back at 12:20. Oh, started the music a little too early there. All right, see you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back, guys. So I'm trying to think how I want to go about doing this. Maybe we should run through the numbers. I need some more time to think about what it is that I'm going to say here. Because I'm not really like completely, I'm not jumping on board with what it is that I'm hearing so far here. So, um, I'm gonna be very careful about how I say this. I guess. Hold on a second. Let me see how many people voted on. We got 150 votes for Clueless, right? Or 150 votes and 31% for Clueless. Do we want to keep that running, or can I ask you guys another question here? I feel like I kind of want to end it a little bit early and poll while I'm on doing numbers. Yeah, I know, Doctor Zeno, I know, man. There's more. So, let me ask you this question first and foremost. I think this is a really easy question. This one I can ask without any problems. I have no problem doing this. How many of y'all think Gary Gensler's on our side? How many? How many people think Gary Gensler's on our side? Just just out of curiosity, like this, if you think Gary Gensler's on our side, throw up a one, and it's okay. I don't have any problem with the fact that you think Gary Gensler's on our side. I'm completely okay with that. So if you think Gary Gensler's counterparty risk, put laugh out. It's okay though. It's okay. If anybody thinks that Gary Gensler's on our side, um, AMC Panda says it's about replacing him with a worse one. Okay. All right. Ken's going with a two. Dr. Zena says I tweet turd emoji to Gensler weekly. That's my answer. Like I think the majority of us in here realize, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think majority of us in here realize that Gary Gensler's, or at least we understand that Gary Gensler hasn't seemed to have been helping us out all that much. There might have been votes that he may have cast that have gone our way on some of the different proposals that have occurred over the last year. But I think the one thing that the one thing that is kind of you know pretty obvious based off of his background and his what he's done in his past and what he's meant to do for his job is to incorporate a digital currency that can be traded within this market. I think that's really truly and honestly his number one goal. I know it's supposed to be to regulate the marketplace and whatnot, but I think that with the addition of cryptocurrency as being sort of kind of part of the marketplace, I think that that's part of his job is to kind of control that or help to kind of manage that into a an umbrella of regulation over it all. And so anybody out there who's suggesting that perhaps maybe Gary Gensler's on our side and that we need to save his ass from potentially not being doing his job anymore, if you're against CBDCs, Gensler's very much for them. A huge, strong proponent of CBDCs. So if you're against CBDCs, then you're probably against Gary Gensler. Number one. Number two, this man, Gary Gensler, was talking to Sam Bankman-Fried as or before the entire FTX collapse was occurring, and had direct lines of communication with him in regards to who knows what, as this was all going down. And I think that there's some unusual activity that's been going on his part. I do not think Gary Gensler is on the retail side, and that's my opinion. And it's an opinion that I will continue to hold. While he does supposedly work for us, I don't think that his goal is to complete a job that not everybody wants. Um, Foo Dog saying they were lovers. So I don't see any reason why if Gary Gensler's job is on the line right now, good riddance. Good riddance, and perhaps maybe some of the people who don't want to see cryptocurrency be regulated and pushed upon us as a CBDC, maybe those people should be in charge of what's going on. Because I can't imagine. I don't know. Why? So, I guess maybe can somebody give me an idea as to why I would want to see cryptocurrencies be regulated and pushed onto and continued on the way that they're being used currently, or would I want to see a separation between cryptocurrency and the U.S. markets? Which would I rather see? Well, I'm not necessarily saying that there is a way to stop it, Lois. I don't necessarily know that there is a way to stop it, but what is he doing to help us right now? I really don't specifically see anything that he's doing that's helping us. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but there was a video put out not too long ago. Let's see the SEC video that Gary Gensler obviously had to be a part of approving. I can't believe I'm going to play this. I'm so anti this video that it's not even funny. This is literally put out. Let's see, May 31st of 2022, over a year after Gensler took over his position. And yeah, so let's take a look at this real quick here. This is what Gary Gensler thinks is appropriate for spending his non-coffee money that he has in helping us stocks owners.
Welcome back, Brad. It's your investment.
I'll take meme stocks. Invest.
Ouch. Your investment, Julie.
I'm gonna do some research first.
Well played, Julie. Well played.
You can do research? Investing is not a game. Always do your research before making an investment decision. Learn more at investor.gov. Before you invest, investor.gov.
There you go, guys. That's what you got. That's Gary Gensler for you right there. Wrapped up in a nutshell. Right there. You want to know what he stands for and what he's here to help? Who he's here to help? It ain't us. It is not us. So anybody's out there who's pushing the idea that we need to save Gary Gensler's ass, you ain't getting any help from me. Sorry. I know what he stands for. I'm not interested. Next. It's all noise, guys. It's all noise. All of this is just noise to get you to look the other way. All of it. Oh my gosh. We got to do this right now. Right now, this is so important, guys. We have to do this. Kiss my ass. I don't got to do nothing right now. His job's on the line. His career's on the line. So be it. He picked where he wanted to put his money, our money, and how he was going to treat retail investors, and that's what we got was a commercial. Got a commercial. Taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on for our numbers for the day today, guys. Let's avoid that noise. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And when you do set it up, if they provide a opportunity for you to put in a secondary device to send you the code, not a bad idea to use that, as something could always happen to your primary, and then you would still have access. Please take pictures of your portfolio so you know what it is that you hold in case something should happen with your broker and they start reporting something different than what it was that you had. And that way you can show proof of ownership of what you had prior to the incorrect change. Let's take a look at what we got going on for the day today, starting with off exchange. Let's see here. I keep pulling up the wrong page. Where did it go? I moved my off exchange and now I can't find it. Hold on a second here. I'm struggling. I gotta find my off exchange. Where'd you go? There it is. All right. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. AMC is at 51.73% and EDGX is 11.58. The combined total, oops, I had a wrong number there. The combined total is 63.31% or 0.31% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 1.84%. So it's nothing unusual going on there. Off exchange is 53.48%. Actually, hold on a second here. It's not updated yet. Okay, yeah, 53.48%. EDGX is 5.99. For a grand total 59.47%, or about 3.5% lower than it should be. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.12, so nothing unusual there. And GME CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.28. Nothing specifically there that's going to help us either. Borrow change amount. For the day today, we have 1.73 million shares having been returned. It was 2.07 earlier, so that's actually increased, which will slightly raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 20, whatever it was before, to 26.14% now. Cost of borrow mins at 1.04, averages 331.75, and cost of borrow max is 366.1. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased by 560,000 shares having been returned. It's now at 190.87 million shares. Ortex is estimated that about 155,000 of that was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, it's still in the same exact position it was an hour ago with 1.01 million shares having been returned. No new shares having been borrowed or returned. Leaving that cost of borrow average at 10.49, average max and min are all the same because there's only the 5.3 thousand shares loaned out earlier this morning. And then short share interest of the free float is 5.68. Shares on loan is at 31.3 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 100,000 shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of call options is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 13.6 thousand contracts. There's now 16.3. And on puts, highest amount of volume is now at a $4 strike. An hour ago, it was at 5. So it's actually gone down. We're starting to see a little bit more selling pressure starting to show up here. So we're looking at closing price now closer in the range of, we went from about 525 down to about 475 now. Which makes my 499 look that much more accurate. And we are getting kind of close to seeing a potential breakout of an ascending parallel channel that I've got drawn up here. When this does break to the end here, it should fall, which would be towards the end of the trading day today. And I would expect, I'm kind of expecting like a 499 close for the day today. But the combined price right now is at $6.83. Orders by Fidelity customers, I'm only going to look for AMC, Ape, and GME. none of which are on the list due to low volume. Trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $4.61. It did trigger on Friday, so his SSR is on for the day today. Ape would trip today at 1.494. Is not tripped from Friday. Shares available to borrow has not changed since earlier today, but the fees are starting to go down to 210%. Shares borrowed so far in total for the day is about 350,000 shares. NASDAQ is down 0.21. Dow Jones is down 0.07. The S&P 500 is down 0.15. We have 3,596 advancers to 2,711 decliners. I think the market's a little more advancing now than it was an hour ago. At least it appears like it. Banks, only looking for banks that are plus or minus 3% or greater. We have Credit Suisse down 5.33. Silvergate is up 4.93. Coinbase is down 3.43. Wells Fargo is up 3.23. And that's about it. Ethereum Classic is currently down 2.88%. The US dollar is up 0.58. Oil is down 3.8. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.5 to 0.64, and the SPY is down 0.14. The VIX is up 1.35. VBR is up 0.27. VB is up 0.27. Tesla is down 0.02. Amazon is down 0.36. Cinemark is up 2.89. Doge is up 0.41. Bitcoin is down 2.7. GME is down 1.02. HYMC is down 0.14. NCMI is up 8.56. Hood is down 3.47, Ape is down 1.2, and AMC is up 1.46. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is about $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 9.95 million shares traded so far for the day today after, how many hours are we talking about here? Sorry, 235 minutes worth of trading. That's we're on pace for about 16.51 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and that is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in pre-market. I think we're going to hit that number. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.28, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.13, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.89, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, that's a tough one. It almost looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 45.61, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately little less than $100,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 785,000 shares having 7.85 million shares having been traded so far for the day today after 236 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 12.97 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million share range that I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 58.7, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 53.39, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.92, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.68, which is average. And let's see. So much consolidation and no movement. It's turned out to be a pretty just kind of boring day. Tim, how's it going? Good to see you. I don't know that. Let me check and see what it says on there real quick here. Hold on one second. Some of the pictures on Twitter. Wait, let me peel my eyes off this. Wait, hold on a second here. Gary Gensler. Oh boy. All right. Today we charged crypto asset trading platform Bittrex Incorporated. It was co-founder and its co-founder and former CEO William Sharia for operating an unregistered national securities exchange broker and clearing agency. I don't know that I don't know if anybody was taken into custody or not. I haven't heard anything about that. I guess maybe perhaps I wonder if it's only illegal to conduct business on the side of not being a registered broker. I wonder if it's against the law for somebody who is a broker to conduct business with somebody who's not a broker. That's a good question. It would probably depend on whether they knew that was if they knew that was true or not. I would probably have to read through some of these laws and regulations, but that's actually a really good question. Give me one second here. I just want to look up one more thing real fast. Let's try this. Registered brokers are required to adhere to strict regulations and licensing requirements, which include limitations on who they can trade with and how they can conduct their business. Trading with non-brokers, also known as unregistered persons or unlicensed individuals, can potentially violate securities laws and regulations and may result in disciplinary action by the relevant regulatory authorities. For example, in the United States, the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, or FINRA, regulate registered brokers, and engaging in unauthorized or unregistered activities can result in fines, sanctions, suspension, or revocation of licenses and other legal consequences. So my question would be is if the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission is going to say we charged asset trading platform Bittrex Incorporated and its co-founder and former CEO William Sharia for operating an unregistered national securities exchange, then broker and clearing agency, then who is he making trades with? And are they being prosecuted? Which I'm going to ask. because that I think is probably even more key. Yep, I agree, Frank. They most definitely should have registered. Present a lot of problems, and they should, more than likely they'll probably get barred from. I mean, they said they were exiting the U.S. The U.S. anyways, so no skin off their teeth, right? My question is who in the U.S. was doing business with them in the first place, not dealing with a registered exchange broker or regulator or clearing agency. Sorry. Sam Sam says, I'm sure the other entities will equally be charged just like those relating to Epstein. Yeah, I can only imagine. To me, that's like the weird thing. Um, have you ever watched like I'm trying to think way back to the day, and you would watch cops or something like that, and you would see like you'd see the cops like roll up on like maybe like a prostitute and her quote unquote client, and like usually they would arrest one person but not the other, and I can never really remember how it went down usually when you were watching. And of course cops is so old, I mean this is forever ago, but I always felt like the person who was always getting in trouble was like usually like the client, right? Like for but like they would let the prostitute go. And it's like wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? Why are they letting the prostitute go? Like she was selling the business too. It takes two to make a transaction. Isn't it just as illegal to? I can't remember. I can't remember if they would arrest the prostitute and not the client or whatnot. But it always shocked me that somebody was always end up getting let go. Uh oh. Savvy says trying to help my kid with seventh grade math, and here I am talking about prostitution. I don't know what your son's name is, Savvy, but ask him. If a man has four seats in a car and he has to pick up a prostitute, how many prostitutes, and he fills one of the four seats, how many prostitutes can he pick up? Don't ask that, Savvy. Please don't. I'm so sorry. It's it's funny, but it's not funny. Chat, how we doing, man? It's kind of funny. In your base says, are they clown prostitutes? I mean, you could pile them in if that were the case. Casey doubled down. You know what the problem with me is, Glenn? I have no walls. There's literally like I don't mind talking about anything, and it's like in real life I let it go, and I just like I'll talk about anything. Let's make it awkward as possible because the more awkward it is, the more funny it is. Nothing makes me laugh more than the most awkwardest of most awkward of things. Oh, I like Edward Sawyer's hand. He says depends on the size of your trunk. I would say at least 2 prostitutes. Sam says they decided who to arrest based on their political affiliation. Wouldn't that be something? Who they donated to, Sam. You're close. You're really, really close, but who they donated to, which is why Sam Bankman-Fried was actually a smart guy. Believe it or not, that I mean, as dumb as it sounded like he was, because he was using QuickBooks for his his numbers, the dude at least donated money to both sides of the aisle. He had somewhat of a head on his shoulders. I don't know if that was his doing or somebody else told him to do it or not. I don't know, but I guess he was smart in that in that case. If you bend the prostitute in half, you can fit more. Doctor says, awkward, you say. Ah, like ha catch. Savvy, the only answer that would be appropriate from your son is, Mom, it doesn't matter how many prostitutes you can fit in the car, because afterwards, you'll just always have a hot catch. that would have been the most appropriate answer. Sam says the fact that people donate to both campaigns ever is all the sign you need. Carl says in high school, my friend's grandmother loved nothing more than watching cops and enjoying a massive joint. She probably even sang along with the song, Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Casey, how did that Sam Bankman thing end up? Is it over? No. I I honestly haven't heard anything. Honestly, ever since he was taken into custody, I haven't heard anything at all. uh, yeah, never mind, Savvy. It was. I really am hoping that you're walking around the house with like an earbud in so that nobody else hears it but you. Wait. I got a joke for you guys. You ready? All right. This is a good math question, Savvy, for your kids. This is going to teach them to think outside the box. Here we go. I want you guys to be very mindful. I'm going to give you a math problem, and I want you guys to solve the math problem for me. All right, here we go. Bus driver is driving down the road, starts his day off for work, and he gets to the first bus stop. And at that bus stop, he picks up. Actually, hold on a second here. I got to write this down, or else I'll forget too. Hold on a second here. He picks up 3 people, and they board the bus, and then he's driving along, and then at the next bus stop, 1 gets off, and then 4 get on. At the next bus stop, 4 people get off, and 8 people get on. At the next bus stop, 2 get off, and 4 get on. At the next bus stop, I'm almost there. We're almost to the end of the line, guys. At the next bus stop, we have 10 people get off and 2 get on. And at the final bus stop, all the rest of the people, sorry, all the rest of the people get off the bus. How many people were how many bus stops were there? How many bus stops were there? Myself for 6 is correct. Mac and Bees was a little bit unsure, but it was 6 bus stops. six bus stops for. I'm gonna give it to. I'll give Mac and Bees a point too. Mac and Bees and myself for a point. Not bad, not bad. I always enjoyed that one. I thought it was kind of fun to like fool people on that one. Always like they're sitting there like adding it all up and they're going like, it was 4 people. By the way, it was 4 people. Including the bus driver, it would have been 5. It would have been 5 people that got off the bus at the last bus stop, but it would have been four passengers. In case you guys were wondering, because I was writing it down. Yeah. Here you go. Myself, that was your prize. Thick Flare coming in with repo. Reverse repo for today is 2.256 trillion with 102 counterparties. Previously, it was 2.253, so ever so slightly up with 2 less counterparties with 104 on Friday. Food Dog says, wasn't this just about prostitutes? Mike says, I heard a different version. It starts off, you are a bus driver and goes through all the stops. People get on, people get off. Everyone gets off at the end. And the question is what's the bus driver's name? It's Casey. That's a good one. I like that. You guys want a riddle? Here's a riddle for you. Casey's sitting in his home. He's sitting in his home. And it's a four-sided, lovely home. It's a four-sided, lovely home. And each 4 sides has a southern exposure. A bear walks by one of the windows that Casey has in his house. What color is the bear? Frank Lehman is correct. It is white. It's a white bear. The only way you can have a southern exposure on each 4 sides of a home is if you're on the North Pole. Yeah, in case you guys haven't seen the post from Twitter from Gary Gensler, I'll post it up here for you guys so you can go read it if you want to. Walker says, Casey is Santa. You know, it was really funny, Walker, as I was saying that, and I was like, when they put 2 and 2 together, that I'm saying that I got a 4-sided house in the North Pole, they're gonna be like, Casey is Santa. I knew that was coming. Nice one. Counterparty Risk says polar bears are super friendly. You can pet them. I wouldn't try. Frank says, and polar bears are actually black with translucent fur. I almost said fleur. I am so confused. 11 ducks enter the river, one before one, and they get out one after one. How long did they swim? I feel like there wasn't enough information. I feel like this one might have got lost in translation. I'm not positive, but I think it may have gotten lost in translation. They got in one before one, so 12:59, and one after one. So what is that? An hour and 2 minutes? 62 minutes? Is that what it is? Okay, so I got it. I get you. 12:59. Oh, one before one. So 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes sounds right. 2 minutes sounds right. Yep. But the problem is the way you wrote it though. It doesn't you didn't provide a shoot, what's the word I'm looking for here? The problem with the way that you worded that, it doesn't provide. It could have been the same time the next day, right? So they could have swam for 2 years and still gotten out of the water at one after one. So technically speaking, because you didn't put in it, you could, if you would have said something like the same day, then it would have because I don't think you said that in there. Hold on, let me go back and see. Yeah, you didn't specify a time frame overall. So you have to, if you don't specify a time frame, they technically could have gotten out of the water one after one the next day, and they would have been swimming for more than 2 minutes. Not necessarily. You wouldn't. I wouldn't make that assumption. No. But if you said on the same day, all you got to do is say on the same day that ducks entered on the same day. Like started off with. I would change it to on the same day. 11 ducks enter the river one before one, and they get out one after one. How long did they swim? Or actually, you could say in the afternoon. In the afternoon, 11 ducks enter the river one after one. Because if you said same day, you actually could have 12 hours. They could have been swimming for 12 hours because you have two 1 o'clocks in a day. So if you said in an afternoon, 11 ducks enter the water or enter the river one before one and get out one after one, it would probably be a little bit more accurate. Pirate Born says, I bet Casey ruins magic shows with the same enthusiasm. Dude, I do. I love figuring out the magic show. I feel like it's in his other hand. He just put it in his pocket. Don't take me to a magic show ever. We got about 7 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers one more time. One more time. Yep, you're right, myself. I didn't say that I got it right. I'm just saying that it would have made it easier to maybe solve if you knew that it was within the same day or the same time frame, a specific time frame. Sam says, just don't say this isn't real while at the movies. My wife hates it. Some of the movies that we go to, I'll like lean over and I'll be like, he's really alive. Or I'll like whisper like he's really dead, or I'll just say something that like ruins it for her like in the moment because I can't help myself. Like I'm watching it, I'm going like, and I figure out the plot line before they've actually even put it out there, and I'll lean over. Like I did it. If you guys haven't seen Knives Out, get ready. Here comes a spoiler alert. It's a great movie, by the way, the original. I haven't seen the second one yet. In the original movie, I leaned over to her and I said, I think I whispered over to my wife and I said something along the lines of like, um, before it even got to the point to where you realize that what happened, I said she didn't really kill him. Or that's not what I said. What did I say? It wasn't that. I said something else to her. All I remember is she got pissed off and she's like, she was really pissed off because I like mentioned to her like something about like his death or something like that, and I was like, and it ruined the whole movie at that point because it hadn't been discovered yet. Ultra Ape says the FTDs OMG. I know we went over them, but I had to take a closer look. So let's take a look at what they look like on Ortex real quick here, since we got a little bit more time left before. Let's hopefully they're showing up on here by now. Let's see. Come on. Are they gonna really wait till tomorrow to post this? Wow. Never mind. They haven't even posted the data yet, so. Yeah, unfortunately they haven't posted yet here. Otherwise, I'd show them to you on a chart on what they look like. But most of these numbers in here, these 2.3s and 3s that are in here, is going to be what it's going to look like on some of the later ones. Hey, myself, did we take numbers on who was winning Secret Santa? Like who had the most wins and who had the most losses? We should have done that. I don't know why we didn't take numbers to see. I know you won the first one, but we should have like had like a running track record to see who had the most wins and most losses. Chart Exchange has the data out already. If you want to go look at them, they're on Chart Exchange, which I had dragged over earlier to look at. I mean, this is basically what it's going to show you on this is what it's going to show you on Ortex right here when they pop up. These are the numbers right here. This one specific one right here was 6 million shares, and that date was 3/21. Actually, I'm kind of curious if Stocks Air has started reporting them or not yet. Nope, not yet. 418, yeah, not yet. All right, guys, it's time to do numbers. I'm going to take you over to the other page again, and we'll head back over there. See what the heck's going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing there until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see it back up. Let's take a look at what we got going on with Off Exchange. As of right now, on AMC, I would expect to see Off Exchange and EDGX combined to be about 64%. We've got 51.4% going through Off Exchange. EDGX is 11.34 for a grand total 62.74%, or about 1.25% lower than it should be by this time of the day. That's likely due to the low volume. CHX volume is at 0.02% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.84. On Ape, we've got 54.55% going through Off Exchange. EDGX is at 5.8. The combined total 60.35, which is about 3.65 less than it should be by this time of the day. And then CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.12, which is obviously low. CHX volume for GME is at 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.28, so nothing unusual going on there as well. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 1.73 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.56, so more shares being borrowed out. That's going to keep the estimated short-term interest of the free float rate about 26.16%. Cost to borrow ends at 1.04. Average is 334.42 and max is 366.1. Shares on loans at 190.87 million shares on loan. That's 560,000 shares less on loan today than there was previously. Ortex is estimated about 155,000 of that was in short interest that was closed out day over day. And taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was, for the last 2 hours, I think now, we've had a borrowed change amount at 1.01%, or 1.01 million shares having been returned. It's no change, leaving the short-term interest of the free float at 5.68%. Only the one loan has been done today for 5.3 thousand shares, leaving the cost to borrow max, min, and average at 10.49%. Shares on loan day over day did increase by 100,000 shares, leaving us at 31.3 million shares on loan. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume currently at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there were 16.3 thousand contracts. There's now 17.6. And on puts, highest amount of volume, there's now $3 contracts are the highest amount of volume. So it's been going down. It keeps going down, 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 further and further and further. So an hour ago, it was 17. It was at a $4 strike, and now it's moved down with 10.5 thousand contracts. Now it's moved down to a $3 strike with 18.7 thousand contracts. So the market's really suggesting that there's going to be a big move down here really, really soon. I'm not sure exactly why, but somebody's seeing it, and I'm not sure who's seeing this, but they are definitely adding in tons and tons of volume on the idea that the price is going to be start moving down here. The spread is now showing a 250 spread, so $1.25. So $4.25 is what the market's targeting for a closing price by the end of the day today. That's That's way lower than where we're at right now at 684. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. Somebody's buying a lot of out of the money puts right now, and I'm not sure why. Somebody's expecting a big drop. There is an ascending broadening or ascending parallel channel here, and I do expect the price to move down when it breaks out of this. But my goodness, somebody's expecting to move quite a bit. Okay. We might get that market crash this week. Who knows? Taking a look at orders filled by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. I do not see them on the list. SSR trigger price is at $4.61 for the day-to-day on AMC. Ape at 1.494. Shares available to borrow is still at 350,000 shares, so no change in that. Fees are at 210%. So far for the day-to-day, about 350,000 shares having been borrowed. NASDAQ is down 0.37, Dow Jones is down 0.24, S&P 500 is down 0.32. We have 3,275 advancers to 3,046 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. That is actually, there's less advancers now than there was an hour ago, so the market is definitely heading towards a decline. Let's see here. We've got banks. I'm only looking for plus or minus 3% or greater. We have Credit Suisse down 5.48. Silvergate's up 3.62. Coinbase down 4.61. Wells Fargo up 3.37. And those are the big movers. Ethereum Classic is down 2.75. DXY is up 0.59. WTI or oil is down 4.97. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.49 to 0.62, and SPY is down 0.3. Did finally get, remember I guys was telling you guys when this volatility kind of pinches back down again, we may see price move down. Well, it continued to head upwards, but finally did break, and volatility started increasing. Volume started increasing as price went down. We're now at about 411 on the SPY. Yeah, 411. Let's see here. VIX is up 0.64, VBR is up 0.03, VB is up 0.02. Tesla's down 0.59, Amazon is down 0.47, Cinemark is up 2.86, Doge is up 1.04, Bitcoin is down 2.73, GameStop is down 1.23, HYMC up 0.54, NCMI is up 6.81, HOOD is down 2%, Ape is down 1.61 at 1.633, and AMC is up 1.66 at 5.21. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 10.59 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 277 minutes worth of trading. Is that right? 280, 270, yeah, 277 minutes worth of trading. I think that's right. Putting us on a pace for 14.91 million shares traded on AMC by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so I think we'll hit that number. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 48.28, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 45.13, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 49.94, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 51.24, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, there is approximately $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.11 million shares traded so far for the day today after 278 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 11.37 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25, so we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 57.9, which is slightly above average. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.42%, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.47, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.21, which is average. And looks like we got some news here. AMC Entertainment is the most expensive stock for short sellers, but what other stocks top the list? Who cares? Whenever we go to the hockey game, like they'll announce like something at the hockey game, like so and so, like the Ducks. No, we're not called the Ducks. What am I saying? What are we called? The Coyotes. Are we called the Coyotes? Why can't I think of the name of our team? I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the team here. It's the what are we? We're the Stars. Duh, I'm in Texas. I couldn't think of the name of the Texas Stars. No, it's the local team. We're the Stars here locally. And so whenever one of the stars gets kicked into the penalty, they say like so and so for tripping 3 minutes, and then everybody goes, who cares? Every time. I love that. That's like one of my favorite things. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Shimmer says, why move down? Adam Aaron talks about $30 AMC price after reverse split in his recent Twitter tweet. So means Ape 150, then AMC has to meet Ape's price to 150. This may be why puts your thoughts. I don't think that's going to be how it's going to. I don't think they can just move price down like that though. Shimmer, it's going to be more based off of market cap, man. I don't think they can just knock down the market cap like that. And I think that whatever the market, I mean, right now we stand to be trading at about 4 billion in market cap between AMC and Ape. So whatever the final numbers are, it's got to come out to about 4 billion if I had to guess. There's no way they're just going to knock that off overnight. So again, whatever the final numbers end up being, expect that market cap to be about 4 billion to get to the number you're talking about, that 30. Otherwise, we just don't see 30. We won't see a 30. Right? Because, for example, actually, you could do the math on that. You can reverse math it. You could just take the total amount of take the dollar amount divided by the total outstanding shares. So if it's going to be 144 million shares, just roughly rounding off here, then and divide it by the 30. Is that right? Yeah, it'd be a 4.8 billion market cap on it. So, and that's really close. That's really, really, really close. It's not quite where it's supposed to be, but it's close. Very, very close. Close enough. Myself says, if 5 people need 10 hours to dig a hole, how much time will 2 people need to dig half a hole? 5 people, 10 hours to dig a hole. 5 people need 10 hours to dig a hole. You're like making me do math right now, man. Let's see here. It'd be divided. It'd almost be a divided of a half and a half, right? So it would be slightly less than 5 hours, but half of 5 hours, so 2.5. But it's gonna be slightly less than that. I'm just gonna go with 2 hours. I don't know, 2 hours. Uh, it's gonna be a lot more longer than that. I don't know. Let me see. I'd have to sit down and like write it out and do some math on it. 5 people need 10 hours. It's gonna take a lot longer. So let's see. 5 people need 10 hours to dig a hole. So you can't do math quite the same way on this because it's gonna take, if it takes 10 hours to dig that hole, and you're doing, it would take, you have to figure out, first you have to figure out how long the work hour is per person, right? So I guess you could multiply it out, I guess. Because it would take one person to do 50 hours. One person, or what the equivalent of it would be 50 hours essentially for one person to dig the same hole on their own. So if it's going to take one person to dig a hole and 50, it's going to be 25 hours to dig half of a hole for one person. Cut that 25 in half, and it would be 12 and a half for 2 people. So I'm going to go with 12 and a half for 2 people to dig a hole. It's a division, or it's a multiplication problem, not a division. Militia Ape says everybody knows that everyone has their eyes on AMC across the market, and AMC market cap keeps going up. Funny business going on. Andrew Francis says he should have said market will bring it to 100. How do you dig half a hole? I was thinking it was going to be half of that same hole size. Yeah, it's got to be a riddle. I'm sure the 12 and a half isn't right. Arthur says, can the two guys just use bigger shovels or a backhoe? I just assumed it was half of the size of the hole, the previous hole that took 10 people or five people to build or to dig in 10 hours. Well, I guess we're making assumptions now, right? Like, I mean, that's the whole thing about some of these riddles is like there's assumptions without getting it right. Casey said ho. Yeah, you can dig half a hole. If your hole's supposed to be a foot deep, then and you only dig half of a foot, then you're digging half of a hole. Believe it or not, that is absolutely a thing. I worked in construction for many, many years. Well, that's not true. For 2 years. It was more than enough. It was more than enough time for me. And let me tell you, if somebody tells you you got to dig a 6 foot post hole, and you only dig it down 3 inches, you didn't. You dig. It's not even a 6 foot. I said it's six. It's a 1.5 foot or 2 feet or something like that. Maybe it's 3 feet down. It's a 3 foot hole. If you only dig down a 1.5 foot hole, then that's only a half of a hole. You don't get the whole thing. It's not a whole hole. Yeah, it's still a hole, but it's still only half of what it is that you needed. And you go tell your foreman that you're done with your digging your hole and you're not gonna have a job tomorrow. Sorry, but that's not how it works in construction. That's a half a hole. That is most definitely a half a hole. Arthur says, Case Shaw, there's an equipment rental place near me, and there's a slogan is the our hose are clean. I understand what you're saying, myself. I'm just telling you that if you are supposed to dig a 3 foot hole and you only dig a 1.5 foot hole, then you've dug half of what it is that you need to dig for your hole. And if you, for example, if you only bake half of a pie, you don't have a whole pie, you have a half of a pie. It's the same thing. Yes, it's still a pie, but it's not a whole one. Yeah, I get it. You know what ChatGPT is going to do, BioLife? It's going to simply just, it's going to correct it and assume that I just misspelled it correct. Nah, I get it. I understand a whole W versus an H. I totally understand. But you don't understand. If somebody tells you to dig a 3 foot hole and you only dig it 1.5 feet, it's not a complete job. It's like going to a pool company and saying, dig me a pool that has a 9 foot deep end in it. I want a hole 9 foot deep, and then they dig it out 3 feet, 3.5 feet deep. I know that's not half, but they only dig it 3.5 feet down, and then they go, "We dug you your hole," and then you're like, "No, you didn't. That's only 3.5 feet. You still got more to go." It's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Like, yeah, I got it. You dug a hole, but you didn't dig the hole that we agreed upon. That's right. I completely forgot about that, Grandpa Barney. Let me write it down real quick here. That's why I told you. I said make sure you're reminding me. Grandpa and Grandma Barney. Hold on a second here. Let me write this down. Grandma and Grandpa Barney. Happy birthday. I don't want to do any more cross translation. Yeah, like you suck at telling these though, myself. You're like leaving out like important information. Like you're not. The riddle is that you spell. I don't know if you're spelling it wrong. I have to base it off of the fact that you said that a hole was dug, right? A hole. Wait, I have to go back out. I don't even know if I read it right. Let me go back and see how you spelled it. Hold on a second here. Scrolling back, scrolling. Let's see here. Yeah, you spelled it. You spelled it right. You don't tell your riddles very well. I think they're getting lost in translation or something, because there is such thing as half of a whole. Frank says 5 guys. One was the union supervisor and wasn't digging. That's probably the best answer right there. Well, it was more than one. It was more than one guy that wasn't just digging, right? You've got the supervisor, the union supervisor, and then you've got the site manager. You probably have one just lazy bum who's not working at all. Everybody's picking up after. Yes, but not all holes are equal, though, Arthur. A hole is a hole, but not all holes are equal. All right, guys, it's about time for me to take a break here. I'm gonna be back at 2:10. I gotta mix up a drink for Grandpa Barney, Grandpa and Grandma Barney for their birthday toast for the day today, and come up with some questions for the day. We have movie trivia for the day today is going to be Rounders, and then tomorrow is starting to look like Clueless here. Yeah, don't go near my self's hole. Sam says the woman who says a hole is a hole, you want to stay away from. Don't go near my self's hole. He'll tell you that my hole's the same as the hole. It doesn't matter. No, it is different. They're different. I'm telling you, they're different. All right, I gotta go to break here. Let's see. I'll be back at 2:10, and we'll get the movie trivia done and toast out the day and do the last numbers for the day. See you guys in a bit. Son of a gun. It was like completely like really funny too. I said I'd done already fill up all those holes myself. We're good, man. So I got to toast out the day here real quick, and I wanted to toast out to Grandma and Grandpa Barney. They both have their birthdays today, and I was like totally into like a little bit of a food dog's like muted. Dude, I was like totally talking to. I had like this like long speech I was already halfway into. But to Grandma and Grandpa Barney and to Grandpa specifically, what I want to mention is that I oftentimes go around to different communities and I see you guys talking and interacting in different YouTubes or space calls or wherever it may be that I go, Twitter, who knows what it is, right? But I get around, I see you guys saying stuff and I see people who are always positive and supportive of others in the community. And I just want to say, thank you, Grandpa, for being as a supportive individual in the community as you are. There's a lot of people who really look up to you and admire you, and I appreciate the fact that you do what you do for people, for us, for just being there for people. So cheers to you, Grandpa and Grandma. I hope you guys have a wonderful birthday today and a rest of the year, a good, prosperous year ahead of you. Cheers. That's a good drink today. I like it. Chad says I didn't think that was that funny. Oh, and Food Dog says, and a toast to holes. Cheers. 2 holes. Two holes. Two holes. The other two. Mm. All right, let's see. What do we got going on here? Numbers. Food Dog says we love Grandpa Barney. I think so. I think it shows. It stands out in my mind. Don't worry about it, Chad. It's no biggie. Let's see what we got going on with the numbers for the day today. Give me 1 second while I pull up my two-factor authentication, unfortunately, because I ran out of time there. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns for me until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what we got going on here. When you do sign up for two-factor authentication, you might want to consider, if you decide to try it out, and your broker allows you to have in a secondary device that you can plug in there to get that access code, it might be a good idea to set that up. That way, in case anything happens to your primary device, you'll still be able to access your account. The other thing is that I'm asking people to take pictures of their portfolios in case something should happen. You never want to be caught in a situation where you don't know what it is that you held prior to a change, perhaps by your broker. Why did that switch? I don't know why that didn't switch over. But anyways, when you that threw me off. What am I saying? Oh yeah. Take pictures of your portfolio, and if you can save that someplace in case something happens with your broker and they misreport any changes to your portfolio, you'll have proof and evidence of what it is of that change, and you can always report it more accurately back to them and show them how they made their mistake. Let's take a look at the numbers. By this time of the day, I would expect to see through off exchange somewhere right around 66% going through off exchanges and EDGX combined. As it is right now on AMC, we've got 52.48% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.54. The combined total at 63.02%, or about 3% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is very low at 0.02% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 1.84. This number being as low as it is today, I believe this is day number 4. If they make delivery on if they're making deliveries on failure to deliver on time, then we may fall off the threshold list either tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure which exactly. I think it might be. I'm not sure how they reported exactly, but I think it would probably be tomorrow, because they reported at the end of the day. So I think there's a chance that we might see us not on the list. On Ape, Off exchange is 54.26. EDGX is at 5.59. The combined total is 59.85%, or about 6.15% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01 with a third-day average of 0.12, which is below normal. And on GME, CHX volume is 0.07 with a third-day average of 0.28, which is below normal as well. So nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Vortex. As of an hour ago, there was 1.56 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.97. That's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float to 26.13%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.04, averages 338.03%, and maxes at 366.1. Shares on loans at 190.87 million shares. That is 560,000 million shares less than what it was previous reporting day. And Ortex is estimating about 155 million of that was in closed short interest. On Ape, let me refresh this one more time. As of an hour ago on Ape, it was 1.0. For a couple hours now, it's been 1.01 million shares having been returned. No change. Borrowed shares for the day, 5.3 thousand shares. Only one borrow so far. And that's going to leave that estimated cost to borrow, average, max, and min is to all be the same at 10.49%. And then short share interest of the free float's at 5.68%. Shares on loan is up by 100,000 shares to 31.3 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume for the calls for the day today has been at a $5.50 strike, still is. It went from a $5.50 strike, or 17.6 thousand contracts to 19.9. Gotta shrink my page here. And puts, let's see, puts, highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. That's up from $3 from an hour ago, which we had some really unusual activity. At $3 an hour ago, there was 18.7 thousand contracts. At 4, there's now 19.5. So a lot of volume coming in on puts at a $3 and $4 strike in the last 2 hours, which means to me that the market's expecting to see some unusually large down movement in price on AMC here this week. I would expect, at least based off of what I'm seeing there. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $6.82. I had 666 as a possible closing value for the day today, and we're really close to the bottom side of this ascending parallel channel. If this does break through here, there's a very strong chance that we'll see price retest $6.63 at some point. It's 222. I can't imagine this thing just absolutely tearing down to 663 before the end of the day. Actually, I can. It's not that far. It's only 20 cents. Yeah, I could see it doing that. I could see it tearing down 20 cents between AMC and Ape before the end of the day is over. I don't know that it will, but we'll see what happens. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are not on this list due to low volume. Trigger price on SSR for AMC is at $4.61, Ape at 1.494. Shares available to borrow, it does look like they did return an additional 50,000 shares so far for the day-to-day, putting us our fees at 209.8% as of right now. NASDAQ is up 0.15, Dow Jones is up 0.19, and the S&P 500 is up 0.18. The market is starting to get a boom here. We have 4,003 advancers to 2,378 decliners. The market was almost even an hour ago, so definitely moving in an upwards direction at this time. Banks currently showing, I'm only going to read off the ones that are down about plus or minus 3%. Maybe we should start doing 2.5%. Yeah, we'll just do 3. We have Credit Suisse down 3.81. Coinbase is really close, down 2.96. Wells Fargo's up 3.91. That's it. Ethereum Classic is down 2.22. The US dollar is up 0.54. Oil is down 4.19. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.56 to 0.68, and SPY is up 0.21, taking a nice run from 411 all the way back up to 413. Is that higher than? That's higher than any point we've been at today. It's the high. Do I have? I don't know if I have high listed on this page here. Yep, we're at the high number for the day today. VIX is currently down 0.7. VBR is down 0.92, or up rather 0.92. VB is up 0.82. Tesla is up 0.82. Amazon is down 0.02. Cinemark is up 2.86. Doge is up 1.12. Bitcoin is down 2.5. GME is down 0.62. HYMC is up 1.09. NCMI is up 9.05. Hood is down 1.05, Ape is down 0.9, and AMC is up 1.07. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC is about $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 12.34 million shares traded so far for the day today after 355 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for about 13.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares that I was expecting in the pre-market, so looking like we're on pace for it. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 47.68, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.02, which is slightly below average. And on a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 45.46, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.15, which is below average. On Ape, we have approximately $130,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.92 million shares traded so far after 356 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.77 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.94, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.66, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.06, which is just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.12, which is slightly above average. And with that, I think that's it. I think we got about 4 minutes here before movie trivia time. Getting some good barcoding going on here on Ape. Oh yeah, it looks like the usual. Let's see here. Ayo says, I wonder what a blackout day would do to their algos. No public discussion of AMC or Ape for a day or a few. Is that, I mean, I've never heard of such a thing. Do you mean blackout in like trading or messages, or I'm confused? I gotta look this up. Is that, I've never heard of that before. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's for corporations. Yeah, I know about those blackout periods of time. That's for when the insiders can talk about anything, but yeah, I've never heard of blackout periods for trading in the market. Like if everybody just collectively decided to just not talk about it for like a day or two or something. I got you. I see what you're saying. Like just basically everybody like just not talk about it for like a day or two. Like collectively, like we just decide to just kind of like close doors for like a little bit. Um, I feel like we've well, that doesn't really count though. I was gonna say I feel like we've kind of done something like that in the past, but it usually was only like on the weekends where we went like corn dogs. I don't know if you remember that or not, but we did like I think there was corn dogs and then there was something else, and it was like pretty much like the only thing anybody would post was just corn dogs the whole time. But it was only over the weekend. It wasn't during trading days. So I don't know if that count. That doesn't really. I don't think that's in. I don't think that's what you're thinking of exactly. I think you're thinking about during trading. Yeah, and that was part of the reason why I think people were doing corn dogs on the weekend was because they knew that we were being listened to and watched, and so I think a lot of people were just posting the corn dogs to try and kind of screw with the algorithms. But yeah, I don't know, man. I have no idea. It's an interesting thought. Um, Trying to get everybody to sign up for something like that. I don't know how that would necessarily go. I feel like I feel like we already have so many people who are like trying to pull in like different directions on where they what we should think we should do. I mean, look at we've got quite a large amount of people right now that are really upset about just the conversion of the reverse split, like trying to get people to sign up for doing anything together anymore. It's almost like non-existent. Yeah, LMNOP was another one. That's another good example of another one that was kind of one of those like distort. Which I thought was I actually kind of like that one better. Spy starting to move up, James. It's up 0.23%. Notice the volume today, 48.68. So if it closes higher today by 0.24% on 48 million in volume, that's not bullish. That's really, really low volume. Let me look at the daily real quick on this. Yeah, the trend is so low. I mean, it's just the volume is just falling off. It's crazy. I literally feel like, and this is more of a feeling. I don't want to make any accusations or anything here, but I literally feel. Wait, hold on a second. No, I do want to make an accusation. Hold on. Let me look up the Federal Reserve on oil and see if it's changed any since we last looked at it here. Let me find it. I saved it this last time. It's not reporting yet. The last reported information that we have is from January. They have not reported um, petroleum crude oil data since January, and I feel like they report this every month. When do they report this? Release date 3/31/2023. Next release date 4/28. All right, so apparently not. We'll get our next release date here 4/28. So in a little less than 10 days from now, we'll know how much more oil has been zapped from our reserves. Because I have this really sneaking suspicion. If you come back over to if I take you guys over to oil on the left-hand page here, oil prices have been going down, and my guess is that in order to drop, I'm gonna put it on a daily. In order to keep the market healthy here and not to not have it falter, I think you may be seeing selling off of oil reserves, which is causing the price of oil to sag a bit here. So that and any oil that's being sold off, that money may be going right straight back into the economy. I'm really curious to see what the numbers are going to be in about 9 days. Pam, take care. All right, it's 5 minutes past, guys. It's time to do the movie trivia. Here we go. All right, movie trivia. So today's movie trivia is Rounders. Yep, Rounders it is, Danny. Are you ready? Just let me know when you're ready, Danny. I'm going to start firing them off here. Danny's ready for this one. Wait. Hold on 1 second. Before we go any further, I got to write something down real fast. Give me 1 second. I got to erase something off my board, so I have to write this down. All right, here we go. First question. We already got Rem Taco, Always Learning, Mac and Bees, and myself with a point for the day today. So you guys are already falling. You're already lagging behind those guys. They already got some points here. So first question of the day. What hand was Worm dealing to Mike in the game with the police officers when he caught the hanger? What was the final hand that he held? Where they got the crap kicked out of him. Come on, Joe. Say it all. Full House is right. Joe, you got to put in Full House. It was really close, man. But Tendies Plus Plus was the first one with Full House in there. That is the correct answer. It was sevens over aces. Who said it first? Tendies Plus Plus? Wait, let me scroll back up and see who said it first. Okay, just want to make sure. Next question. We have how much money does Judge Petrovsky lend Mike? I can't say the name. Petrovsky? Petrovsky. That's probably how you say it. Petrovsky. How much money does Judge Petrovsky lend Mike? $10,000 by Danny is correct. What hand did Mike have to beat the KGB at the end of the film? What was the winning hand that he had there? Straight flush is correct, otherwise known as the nut straight. That is correct. It's me for 1 point. It's me, Mario. What Las Vegas casino is Mike thinking about while he pretends to be contemplating a call with his nines full of aces? Mirage is correct by censored content. Yeah, a lot of single points today. Let's see here. Who are the participants in the World Series of Poker that Mike watches? There's two gentlemen. What are their names? I will take just last names or first or whatever. I don't care. Fred and Barney, no. Chan and question mark. Yes, that is the question. Who was it? Seidel and Johnny Chan. That is Eric Seidel is correct. That is right by GameStonk. Nice one. I can tell GameStonk is a player. Don't hate the player. Hate the game. What hand allows Mike to take the final game in the movie? Oh, I already said this one. Ah, why did I repeat it? No. Screw this one. Well, all right, whatever. I already gave you. I already said this answer. I don't know why I did it twice. Yeah, it was straight flush. Robert B. I'll give it to you. Straight flush is correct. Why did I don't know why that put that in there twice. Robert B. I'll give you a point, man. All right, next one. You know what? Why not put the same answer in twice? Mike says if you can't spot the sucker in your first how many minutes at the table, you are the sucker. "30 minutes is correct by It's Me." Which, I don't know about you guys, but if it takes me 30 minutes to figure out who the sucker is at the table, I feel like I feel like I'm the sucker probably within the first 5 minutes if I haven't figured out who it is. So I'm really kind of surprised that that's the answer in the movie because usually you can figure them out much quicker than 30 minutes. I guess that there are people who kind of play games too. You know what? This is a common occurrence. You women who play poker are just evil. You're so evil. I can't tell you how many times I've had women come up to the poker table and be like, "What's this hand again? What does it mean when I have this?" And it's like they know exactly what it is that they're doing. And they always try to play it off like they don't know what the hell they're like. What beats a three kind of a card or three of the same card or it's just like y'all don't fool me. I mean you do, but you don't because it's like I've seen it so many damn times. But there's two things that I've run into so many times at poker tables is that I've always run into those ladies that act like they don't know how to play, and the old dudes, the really really old guys that are like 80 something years old, and they're like, "What game are we playing again? Is this hearts? What are we playing? Aces? Gin? I got gin." It really drives me nuts because I know you know what you're doing, and it just drives me nuts when you play like that. No, that's not what it is, Pam. It's not what it is. They do it to the whole table. I see it all the time. The women always get up there and they know exactly what they're doing, just like you say you do. They know exactly how to play poker, and then they get up there and be like, "Oh, what beats two pair?" Like, come on. Let's see here. In a hand at the beginning of the movie, what that Mike lost. What is Teddy holding in his hand that allows him to take the pot? AA is correct by censored content. CC got AA. That is correct. Yeah, the old Adam Aaron hand. What game was Worm playing in prison just before he was released? Hearts is correct by censored content. Censored content's pulling away here. All right, last question. It's 2 words. I'm going to try and do my best impersonation. It's a quote, and I want you guys to tell me the fill in the blank on this quote. And I'm not going to do the quote. I'm not going to do the quote. I'm going to let you guys try and guess what it is. I'll give you 3 points if you can just guess what it is straight off the bat. I'm not going to give you guys very long. I'm going to give you like maybe 15 seconds here to figure out what it is. If you know what the 2 words are for the quote, for fill in the blank on this quote, then I'll give it to you the 3 points right off the bat. 2 holes, no. It's your hole cards. No, that's not the answer. You guys. It's actually something I say from time to time. I don't know where I get it from. I don't know. For some reason, I just say it. I don't know why I say it, but I do. All right. For 2 points, because it's the last one. It's not Screw 'em, it's not Hot Cut, it's not Cool Man. Here we go. Here we go. Niet! He beat me. Blank, blank. Pay the man his money. That's not, I did a terrible job imitating what's his name, but what does he say? He beat me. Blank, blank. What is it? He beat me. Oh man, you guys don't know this. Straight up, Pantheon got it for 2 points. Straight up is correct. He beat me straight up. Pay the man his money is correct. Pantheon for the win for that one for 2 points. Pantheon, good to see you. Look at that. Pantheon coming in the week here, hitting us up for 2 points. All right, let me read it off to you guys, tell you who the winners are for the day today. I got Rim Taco for a point. Congratulations on your first point of the week, sir. I got Always Learning for a point. I've got Mac and Bees. Mac and Bees Nuts. Myself for a point. Hell, I'm going to give myself another point for just putting up with my shit today. Attendees plus. Let's see here. Congratulations on your first point of the week. Danny R. Congratulations on your point of the week. First point of the week. It's me. Congratulations on your first points of the week. Censored content. Congratulations on your points for the week. And GameStog. Congratulations on your point. Robert B. Congratulations on your point. A lot of points today. And Pantheon. Congratulations on your points. All right, tied. Everybody who got a point got third. Tied for second. We have myself, It's Me, and Pantheon with 2 points. And censored content with 3 points. I exchanged my point for the prize. I gave you your prize. There we go. You got 2. But yeah, censored content leading the week this week with 3 points. And then we've got a three-way tie between myself, it's me, and Pantheon with 2 points apiece. Everybody else got 1 point. Good movie. I see Robert B saying, I guess I'll watch Rounders tonight. It's a great movie. I liked it. If you're not into poker, you might not like it too much, but it is entertaining, though. It is very entertaining. In the back of the big tramp. You got 2 points, myself. You got it. I would highly recommend the movie, but again, I like poker, and maybe you don't. I don't know. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $6.80. We did drop 2 cents. We are narrowly on the edge of breaking out of that ascending parallel channel that I was mentioning to you guys before. We'll see what happens with that. Watch W. Albert in The Gambler and make it a double feature. Watch W. Albert. It's got to be an actor's name or something, or actress. I don't know. Oh, Wahlberg. Oh, I see. I see where you corrected it. Wahlberg. Got it. Manjit, good afternoon. Pantheon says, I think that movie started a trend of John Malkovich playing a Russian. Yucca says, Casey, are you playing La Isla Bonita today? No. When I went to Las Vegas to see the World Series main event, I got to see Johnny Chan at the oh shoot, what do they call that table? The it's the premiere table. It's basically like this the center stage table. Only it's not really center, but it's way off to the side. But it's the main table. And so my ex-wife and I walked in there to go watch them play, and I thought I would need some kind of like special pass to get in there to go watch, but no, you just walk in and you just sit in some bleachers, and nobody stop. I mean, you just walk in there and you just watch them start playing. So I got to watch Johnny Chan, and there's another old guy that I recognized from TV that I couldn't remember what his name. I'll never remember what his name is. He always wears like a visor that's like green or something like that. One of those like see-through visors. He's a pretty good pro. I think he's like one of the most winningest poker players for tournaments out there. I can't remember what his name is though. No, not Helmuth. I didn't see Helmuth at all. It was really weird, right? I thought for sure I would see Helmuth when I went to go watch, and I didn't see him. I did catch Barry Greenstein. Trying to think who. Oh, Esfandari. I got to see Esfandari playing that year. He's one of my favorites as well. I didn't see Ivy. No Huck. No Helmuth. Did see Chan. The Pittsburgh hat guy. Hold on a second. That might be him. I think he does wear some other hats. Hold on a second. Let me check and see. Okay, it's really funny. I typed in kind of like a description of the guy that I thought it was that I saw playing, and it shows me like all the hats that he wears, but it doesn't show me the player, and all they're showing me is like, oh man, and I also wanted to see Doyle. I really wanted to see Doyle. He wasn't. He was actually one of the ones I really wanted to see. I don't remember the guy's name. I'll never remember what it is. It's one of these hats, though. He always wears one of these hats, and I can't think of it for the life of me. I can't think of what his name is, and it's none of the people that are listed here. But I'm not sure if he wears Pittsburgh or not. That's not. That's Doyle. I'd know him if I saw him. I just don't see him. Pittsburgh is Helmuth. Okay. I don't really associate Helmuth with his hat. I more associate him with his leather jacket that he's always carrying around. Bob Doyle. Hold on a second. Let me check him out. Doyle Bronson is Bob Doyle. Did I say Bob Doyle? I meant Doyle Bronson if I said Bob Doyle. I don't know what I said. No. No, I didn't see Chris Moneymaker. I don't even really like Chris Moneymaker. I really think honestly that guy got super lucky. I don't I just saw just this last week a Reddit post that was talking about the two world's worst winningest main event winning players ever. And I was really surprised that most of the poker players weren't pointing at Moneymakers as being one of them. Because he would honestly probably make my list for at least the top 3, I would think. Sounds like an amazing game, Yucca. Maria Ho. I don't know who that is. Johnny Chan. Freddie Deeb. I gotta look up the names because, like I said, I'm really bad with names, so I have to like look them up. When I see the face, I go like, oh yeah, I know who that is. Kind of, sort of recognize him. Not really. I think I'm getting him confused with somebody else, maybe. I don't know who that is. Hold up, I want to look up who Pam said. Yeah, I don't know who she is. Kind of been out of the poker world for quite a while though. Add her tits on. I think Gus Hansen is who I really want to meet. If there was one poker player, two. There are two poker players I could ever meet. It would be Gus Hansen and Doyle Bronson. Those are two of my favorites. But Patrick, whatever his last name is, I can't think of it right off. Patrick, I'll never remember what it is. But Patrick's pretty good too. I'd like to meet him. Maybe. I don't think he'd be as fun to meet. He seems kind of like he's boring. But anyways, it is that time of the day, guys. I hate to break it to you. I don't know why I just removed the camera. Because I'm trying to do something else. Here we go. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Patrick Antonius is the correct answer. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we